I'd like to start the meeting to order. Roll call.
President Mr. Noyola,
Here.
Vice President Mrs. Yokoyama Bui, Clerk Mrs. Mendoza,
Present.
Board Member Mrs. McCatton, Board Member Mr. Nishii, Board Member Dr. Rios, Board Member Mrs. Yu.
At this time, we will have our Brown Act preliminary procedure training at the District Conference Room from 5 to 6 p.m. provided by Mr. James Baca, Managing Partner of Atkins, Andelson, Loyola, Rudd, and Romo. We will then move directly into closed session. Report out from closed session items. This evening, we will be discussing the items in closed session. Public employee discipline, dismissal, release, evaluation, 2 matters. Mid-year superintendent's evaluation update, Government Code Section 54957, conference with labor negotiator, updates on negotiations with ABCFT, AFSCME, AFSCME, and CSCA, Government Code Section 54957.6, conference with real property negotiator, 1 matter, lot on south side of Alondra Boulevard, Government Code 54956.8, existing litigation. The board will be going into closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1 to discuss 1 matter, but has determined that specifically identifying the matter would jeopardize its ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. Public comments on closed section item. Are there any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Thank you. Move to Brown Act training and close session. May I have a motion?
So move. Second, Mendoza.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 4-0. Board is now back in open session. Sorry. Board is now back in open session. Can I get a motion to open session? All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Can I also get a motion to excuse Board Member Nishii due to a personal matter?
Tatiana motion.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Please silence your cell phones. If anybody is in need of translation, there is translation services in the back of the room. Please raise your hand. Si una persona necesita traducción, hay una persona al fondo del cuarto que le puede ayudar. Gracias. Tonight in closed session, the board discussed a public employee discipline dismissal release evaluation. We have two matters: mid-year superintendent's evaluation update, government code section 54957, conference with labor negotiator, updates on negotiator with ABCFT, AFSME, and CSEA, government code 54957.6, conference with real property negotiator, one matter, south side of Alondra Boulevard, government code section 54956.8, and existing litigation. In closed session pursuant to government code section 54956.9D1, the board discussed one matter but has determined that specifically identifying the matter would jeopardize its ability to conclude existing settlement negotiations to its advantage. Can I have Ferguson to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Oh. Sorry. We need a- All right. Okay. Tonight, Ferguson will be, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Ferguson in both English and Spanish, who are accompanied by their principal, Mr. Alejandro Gutierrez, assistant principal, Ms. Jenny Gonzalez, and mental health professional, Esmeralda Garcia. Thank you, Ferguson.
Good evening, distinguished board members. Good evening, President of the Board, Mr. Francisco Noyola, Vice President of the Board, Tatiana Yukomaya Bui, Clerk of the Board, Mrs. Leticia Mendoza, Board Member, Mrs. Jean McCadden, Board Member, Mr. Ernie Nishi, Board Member, Dr. Olga Rios, Board Member, Mrs. Su Yu, Superintendent of ABC, Dr. Gina Zietlo. I am Kaylee Martinez, and we are a part of the 6th grade leadership club. With me is Isabela Rocha, and she will be leading us in the pledges in Spanish. Please stand and join us as we lead the flag salute. Put your right hand over your heart. Ready, begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Únanse a nosotros para el juramento a la bandera. Coloquen su mano derecha sobre el corazón. Comencemos. Prometo lealtad a la bandera de Estados Unidos de América y a la república que representa una nación bajo Dios, indivisible, con libertad y justicia para todos.
Thank you. Please be seated. Ferguson is an AVID and the 9010 Spanish Dual Language Immersion Program. Both programs have a focus on school climate and culture. As part of the 6th grade leadership club, we are responsible for creating many of the school-wide inclusive activities, and we are here to share several of the events that took place during this past year, as well as upcoming events. We would like to start by giving you a gift. This is a bookmark that Michael Rivas, a student in 2nd grade, drew and won first place in the kindergarten through 2nd grade category for the Hawaiian Gardens Library Bookmark Competition. His bookmark will now be competing with all of the LA County Library winners within the same category. We have 3 clubs at Ferguson. The clubs are the Leadership Club, the Effort Club, and the Women's and Men's Leagues. The Leadership Club consists of members who were nominated by current and previous teachers because of their academic participation, good attendance, and positive behavior. The second club is the Effort Club. The purpose of the Effort Club is to reward students who have been doing well in class. Some examples of doing well in class are putting your best effort into completing your assignments and being an overall great scholar. The third club is the Women's and Men's League. The Women's and Men's League focuses on personal growth and how to deal with different situations as a teenager. The league shows how to interact during social situations and how to problem solve.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Alina Hernandez, and I will be sharing about the responsibilities the 6th grade Leadership Club members have and the skills we gain in leadership. Leadership helps with public speaking, confidence building, writing, strategic planning, organization, creativity, and more. Leadership Club students represent the school. You have to be responsible and be a peace builder. You also have to maintain good grades and go to all leadership meetings, which helps growth in writing. Helps develop better vocabulary and social skills. With leadership comes big responsibilities such as writing announcements in biliteracy and delivering them to the whole school. Leadership makes sure to be inclusive. Thank you for listening to my presentation and supporting programs that help us grow.
Good evening. My name is Isabela Rocha, and I am proud to share how our school celebrates Hispanic Heritage Month and Unity Day. In September, we celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month. The reading group teachers made large posters of countries like Mexico, Colombia, Nicaragua, Brazil, Honduras, Guatemala, and El Salvador. Students were invited to wear traditional clothing, allowing us to honor our families and share our unique cultures with the school community. This event was important for our school because each of us represented our country and our family. In October, we had Unity Day. On Unity Day, the Leadership Club read an announcement about what it's all about and what we can do to promote it. Unity Day is about showing kindness and respect to all our friends at school and saying no to bullying. On that day, we make new friends, invite them to play, and have lunch with us. We're not kind on that day, but every day. On Unity Day, we drew with chalk in the blacktop and wore orange. We wrote notes for everyone to see, for example, be kind, you can do it, you are amazing, never give up, and many other positive messages. Thank you for listening. Have a good day. Buenas tardes, me llamo Isabela Rocha. Vengo a presentarles la información del mes de la herencia hispana y Día de la Unidad. En septiembre tuvimos el mes de la herencia hispana. Las maestras del grupo de lectura hacen papeles grandes del país como México, Colombia, Nicaragua, Brasil, Honduras, Guatemala y El Salvador. Ese día, si eres de uno de esos lugares, te podías vestir de tu país. Este evento fue importante para nuestra escuela porque cada uno de nosotros representamos nuestro país y nuestra familia. En octubre tuvimos el Día de la Unidad. En el Día de la Unidad, el Club de Liderazgo leímos un anuncio para enseñar sobre la amabilidad y el respeto a todos nuestros amigos de la escuela y decir no al bullying. Ese día hacemos nuevos amigos, los invitamos a jugar y a almorzar con nosotros. No nomás ese mismo día somos amables, sino todos los días somos amables. En el Día de la Unidad hacemos tiza en el asfalto y nos vestimos de color anaranjado. Escribimos notas como por ejemplo, ser amable, tú sí puedes, eres asombroso, asombrosa, nunca te caigas por vencido y muchas otras cosas más. Gracias por escuchar. Tengan buena tarde.
Good evening, board members. My name is Helen Lopez, and I am proud to present on Red Ribbon Week, which is in October. And I'm also going to be talking about Winter Around the World, which is in December. For Red Ribbon Week, we had various activities that the Leadership Club had planned and prepared for the students. The activities we did were Pajama Day, Twin Dress Up, Crazy Hair Day, Student-Teacher Exchange, and dressing up for Halloween. For Halloween, we also had a parade where the classes lined up around the basketball court, grade by grade, and the older student gave the younger student positive feedback on their costumes. The purpose of these activities is to keep us away from drugs. For December 12th, we held a Winter Around the World event. Winter Around the World is for students and parents to come after school and participate in different educational stations. These stations sold food and offered cultural activities such as a piñata for las posadas, a dreidel for Hanukkah, a fruit kebab for Kwanzaa, and a Christmas beaded wreath craft. This event was important because it turned out going to a place where different cultures are celebrated and shared. Thank you for your time and for supporting our efforts to keep our school healthy and connected. Buenas tardes, mi nombre es Helen López y estoy orgullosa de presentar la Semana del Listón Rojo que fue en octubre y también voy a hablar sobre el invierno alrededor del mundo que fue en diciembre. Para la Semana del Listón Rojo hacemos muchas actividades diferentes que el Club de Liderazgo ha pensado y preparado para los estudiantes. Por ejemplo, las actividades que hicimos fueron día de pijama, vestir de gemelos, día de pelo loco, intercambio de estudiantes y maestros y vestirnos en el día de Halloween. Para Halloween también hicimos un desfile donde todas las clases se ponen alrededor del patio de baloncesto, grado por grado, pasan alrededor y los estudiantes mayores les dicen comentarios positivos de su disfraz a los estudiantes menores. El propósito de estas actividades es para que nosotros nos alejemos de las drogas. Posteriormente, el 12 de diciembre organizamos el evento Invierno alrededor del mundo. Estas iniciativas invitaron a estudiantes y a padres a participar en estas estaciones educativas fuera del horario escolar. En estas estaciones se vendía comida y se ofrecían actividades culturales como una piñata para las posadas, un dreidel para Hanukkah, brochetas de frutas para Kwanzaa y una manualidad para hacer una corona navideña con cuentas. Este evento fue importante porque convirtió a nuestra escuela en un lugar donde se celebran y comparten diferentes culturas. Gracias por su tiempo y por apoyar nuestro esfuerzo para mantener nuestra escuela unida y con un ambiente positivo.
Good evening. I'm Itzel Padilla. At our school, we have ongoing mental health awareness themes and the Heroes Challenge that promotes attendance. I would like to share about the work we do for mental health awareness. My school has events to bring awareness to mental health, such as anxiety and grief awareness, and more. These events are important because it shows all Ferguson students that they are seen and heard through all their issues, and that there can be several people going through this as well. We do activities and have announcements that bring attention to mental health. We also have an ongoing Heroes Challenge, where we have to spell heroes and can add a letter to a chart every time we have a day where everyone is in class. If our class spells heroes, we earn a small snack. An event we have coming up is Kindness Week. The Leadership Club has been planning for Kindness Week. Some of the activities we have been planning to do is a playdate with the younger kids, where we play games and make new friends, a picnic lunch to enjoy lunch on the field, spreading kindness with chalk by writing kind phrases, working together by passing a hula hoop in a school-wide circle, and Free Dress Day, where we show kindness to others by giving everyone compliments. Thank you for listening to our presentation and for learning about everything we are doing at our school. We are very proud of the activities we finished so far and are excited about the ones we have planned for the future. We hope you enjoyed hearing about what makes Ferguson such a great place to learn.
Do I have any board comments? Board Member McCatton?
Ferguson School, thank you so much for your presentation. There is so much going on at your school. Wow. The clubs, the special days, the mental health awareness, working on attendance, and the dual language is extremely, just like so much going on. Thank you for your presentation. And also, thank you for the bookmark.
Thank you, Board Member McCann. Board Member Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. President. Pues yo también voy a hablar en español. Muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros y también para hacer su presentación en las dos idiomas porque están aprendiendo español en su escuela. Thank you for being here and doing your presentation in English and Spanish because those are the two languages that you're learning at your school. I feel bad now, like I should have printed these out in Spanish too. So I could have them in Spanish. But these are hot off the press. They say 2026. So how many students are here today? 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So can you come up and get your stickers? You can only get these stickers here at the board. They say student leader, so that's exactly what you are. You can pass them out. No lo vayan a poner en los libros porque se van a enojar los maestros, okay? Cut them out one at a time, and then you can pass them on, mija. So you have a heroes chart. Do you write the word hero, or are you writing like Wonder Woman, Superman, or is it just hero? Just, okay. Because I teach first grade, and my classroom is Wonder Woman. Like, I have all superheroes, but my favorite one is Wonder Woman. So I'm glad you guys are superheroes too. Y la camisa, your shirts, what does it say? It says, soy. Can you read it out loud? Yeah, read it into the microphone.
A ver, espérame. Soy bilingüe. ¿Cuál es tu superpoder?
So I'm bilingual. What is your superpower, right? So that is your superpower. Thank you so much. Muchas gracias. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Board Member Dr. Rios.
Thank you. I also want to say gracias. I think it's almost like an honor to hear a presentation done in both languages and to celebrate the bilingualism that really does wonders for our, like right now in your education, and will likely do wonders for you in your careers. I don't know that I've ever done the Pledge of Allegiance in Spanish, so that was a new experience. Thank you for that. Thank you for highlighting the t-shirt, because I did notice that. That's pretty cool, and I know that a while back we all participated in a mural that it's like, that looks familiar, that Mr. Nishi had a lot to do with. I also want to acknowledge and celebrate your leadership. Speaking in public is tough, and all of you did such a wonderful job, so good job for that. And the last thing is the bookmark. I'm an avid reader, and usually I'm reading multiple books at once, so this is going to come in handy. Now, are you the author of this bookmark? Well, we want to wish you good luck. I heard somebody say that he's going to compete at, what is it, in county level. Okay, well, we're going to be rooting for you and really hope you do a wonderful job. I grew up in Hawaiian Gardens. I grew up a couple of blocks by Ferguson. My mom still lives there. And so I can't wait to see, there's so much potential in our students in all of our cities. But I look forward to seeing you be a success and making our district and our cities proud. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Board Member Nishi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, so look at these 6 students here. These are our future leaders. Actually, they're leaders today and right now, right? They're going to stand up to difficult issues. They're going to confront many things in our future. And I'm confident with the great education that we're getting through ABC that this is going to happen, and they are going to have great futures. I have one minor question. Do you still have the poetry thing? The open mic poetry? Because I remember going to that. That was kind of fun.
We haven't had it in the past. This year we don't have a program just yet, but I'm sure we'll have a special program as such.
All right, thank you. Thank you. And also, I love books. I will actually use this. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Board Member Ms. Yu.
Oh, okay. Thank you, President. Well, muchas gracias. Muy bien, los estudiantes. Who is the teacher heading the bilingual program? Where's the teacher? Come forward, please. Come forward. Oh my goodness. You did such a wonderful job. Yeah, thank you so much. And I just want to applaud the value of being able to speak both languages fluently at your age. I think elementary is when that's the best time to learn the language. And I could tell that all of you guys, your English and Spanish were very fluent, right? So that's going to be a huge asset for your life, whatever career you pursue. And most importantly, a person who speaks more than 2 languages and who understand the culture also respect other culture and other languages too. Because there's no one language and one culture that's superior than over another. It's all equal, but it just gives us and give you guys the wide perspective to understand and respect other culture and language. So kudos and keep up the good work. Thank you to our teacher. And the teacher's name is? Janet Larea. Let's give her a hand. Yeah, we're doing a good job.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Vice President Tatiana Yokoyama Bui.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Ferguson students. I also very much enjoyed your speeches, both in English, but especially in Spanish. I could feel the sense of pride you have in what you've learned, what you bring to us from your school. My particular favorite was the Winter Around the World that you talked about. I heard about all the different cultures, and it's the love, respect, and appreciation we have for each other and our cultures, which I find our schools are doing such a great job of ensuring that our students do that. We all look different, and that's wonderful, and that's okay. So thank you for mentioning that and for honoring that. I'm so pleased to get a bookmark. I would like to also offer you bookmarks. They are from our board meeting. Thank you for participating. I have 6 here if one of you wants to come up and you can pass them out to your friends. Yes. Thank you, student leaders. And I hope you all continue to grow and continue reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Yokoyama Bui. I would also like to thank you guys for being here, starting with Michael. Thank you so much for the bookmark. Felicidades. Best of luck on the county competition. We're sure you're going to win this and take it all home. But Ferguson, you guys are always busy. You guys always have events. And thank you guys for welcoming us and allowing us to participate. The community is always welcome at Ferguson to learn more about your bilingual program, the special events you guys have. I want to thank you guys for being here tonight, but I also want to thank the parents of these amazing students. If they're here, can you please stand up and be recognized? Thank you. We know this is a partnership with the district and the parents, so we really appreciate you guys entrusting us. Being bilingual is a superpower, so I want to remind you guys that to always be proud that you guys speak Spanish. So it is a superpower, and never forget that. So thank you guys. Thank you guys for being here tonight. All right, thank you, Ferguson. Moving into presentation, Spotlight on Teaching and Learning. We will now have a presentation for Black History Month. Dr. Castro.
Good evening, Board President Noyola. This evening, we are honored to recognize Black History Month, a time to reflect on the rich history, contributions, and resilience of Black individuals and communities, and to reaffirm our commitment to access and opportunities for all of our students. I am pleased to invite our Equity Officer, Ms. Marlise Harris, to share how this work is reflected across our ABC Unified Schools and how we will continue to advance belonging and excellence throughout our district.
Good evening, Board President Noyola, Vice President Yokoyama Bui, Clerk Mendoza, distinguished board members, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, Cabinet, and community members. I want to first start off tonight with a quote from Malcolm X that states, "Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today." So I'm honored to present on Black History Month, and this year's theme is a century of Black history commemorations, and it's celebrating 100 years of Black history. And as we begin to discuss or go into Black history, I think it's important that we look at how ABC is celebrating Black History Month. And so I want to first begin by acknowledging AP African American Studies that's being offered at Gar High School this year. as well as highlighting our Black Student Alliance, BSA, which is a group of our African American counselors who works with our Black Student Union and our Young Black Scholars at the high school level. And lastly, our Black Family Circle Parent Advisory Committee, which is a group of parents who are highly committed and dedicated to working with our students in the district in order to empower the voices of students, parents, and our staff members. So we meet quarterly, and we were glad to recognize or to welcome Board Member McCatton and Board Member Nishii at our Black Family Circle Committee quarterly meeting last week. So thank you all for coming to that. These are just a few of the titles for our Black Family Circle Community meetings. So first, we highlighted our 6-year academic plan. Last week, we had a presentation from one of our MHPs at Aloha Elementary School, Everett Burnett, who discussed the importance of mental health in the Black community. And we have a Black Educators event next month for Black History Month. And we'll end the year in May celebrating our Young Black Scholars. In addition to the work that our BSA counselors do with our Black Student Union and our Young Black Scholars monthly, we're actually in the process of working with our counselors to take the BSU students and our Young Black Scholar students on a field trip to the NACA College Fair. So that'll take place Tuesday, February 10th. And we're excited to allow them an opportunity to get a chance to see some different colleges and see what college fits best. So that'll take place February 10th at the Pasadena Convention Center. We're excited for that. In addition, here are some of we just want to acknowledge the counselors, the advisors at the high school. So at GAR, we have Mrs. Maddox Minjavar, who is over the Young Black Scholars. At Artesia, we have Mrs. Godinez. At Cerritos, we have Mr. Martin. And at Whitney, we have Mrs. Bryson. And again, they meet with our Young Black Scholars and our Black Student Union every week. And this going into a little bit more with our Black Family Circle, our Parent Advisory Committee. This is a flyer highlighting our general body meetings. So we've had 2 so far. The first meeting, again, was on our 6-year academic plan and mental health in the Black community. So we have 2 more events remaining, again, looking at highlighting the Black staff in ABC and celebrating them and our Black students for the end of the school year on Black excellence. These are just a few of the goals from our Black Family Circle. So again, looking to educate and inform the parents on the district resources, policies, and progress, encourage and support parents to engage with educators and administrators in positive partnership. We really highlight that partnership between the schools and the parents, supporting culturally proficient and instructional development and the use of culturally inclusive curriculum, as well as empowering our Black and African American children and families by providing them the knowledge and skills necessary to advocate for high quality educational experiences. So as we go into the data, it's important to highlight our chronic absenteeism. And as you can see, it's definitely trending in the right direction. Unlike our other data where we are looking for higher numbers, with chronic absenteeism, we're looking for that decrease. And again, as you can see, we went from 20.9% to now 17.5%. So definitely trending in the right direction. Next, our AP course enrollment rate. So we are again trending in the right direction. We went from 28.05% of our African American students being enrolled in AP classes to now 30.23%. We can say that that could be a contributing factor to our AP African American studies that's now being offered at GAR, which is a great opportunity for our students. Moving right along, our graduation rate. So again, trending upward, we had a over 3% gain from last year of our African American students graduating at 93.40% to last year 96.60%. So we're definitely excited to see that trending upward with our graduation rate. Here I wanted to highlight or take a look at our California parent data and our California Healthy Kids survey. So if we're looking at school encouraging our parents to be active partners. This is an area that we plan on focusing and encouraging a little bit more. We did have some data from our empathy interviews last year, so that's what we're using the feedback from that to move forward and to support those specific areas. So in addition to encouraging school to be an active partner, we looked at school promoting respect of cultural beliefs and practices. So compared to all parents at 44% who strongly agreed, 44% of our African American parents also felt that the school encouraged them to be active partners. 39%, however, of our African American parents, only 39% felt that school promoted respect of cultural beliefs and practices. So again, taking the data and the information that we received from our empathy interviews last year, we plan to use that information to help us in the future. Looking at our California Healthy Kids survey, school connectedness and caring adults at school were two of the focuses that we wanted to highlight. So 75% of all students felt strongly agree that they were connected to school, while only 56.75% of our African American students felt connected to school, and only 62% of our African American students felt that there was a caring adult at school. So we really want to look at that and highlight that as an area of opportunity for us to grow. And lastly, of course, we think that it's important to provide our schools with resources. So we've curated some resources that will be going out to all of the schools by the end of this week. Elementary resources as well as secondary resources, videos, books, activities, again, giving teachers an opportunity to look through the resources, and if there's anything that they would like to use to share with their students to encourage the learning of celebrating and honoring our African American leaders throughout
Everybody
this
wants
month
to come
and
in.
beyond. So again, those were our elementary resources. This is a digital library with an amount of different Black stories and authors highlighting the rich history of our African Americans, and secondary resources, both videos and lessons. Thank you.
Do I have any board comments or questions? Board Member Nishii?
Thank you. This is a great presentation. I like the metrics, the counting. What are we getting? We're getting better chronic absenteeism. We're getting better, or actually not better, but in the right direction and closing that gap. I like the fact that we're doing better with AP. You're actually doing even better than the standard students in graduation rate, which is amazing. There is no gap actually. So those are all good things. So I don't want to dwell on any negatives. This is all very positive. But what are we going to do about what specific tactic do you use to address the chronic absenteeism to close that particular gap? Because it's pretty substantial, almost 8% difference. But now it's only 5%, so that's better. But how are you actually achieving that? And the second question would be related to, looks like they're not connected in the 11th grade. And so what are strategies? I'm sure you have some great strategies to actually increase that or make that a better number for our kids to feel good about our schools. So those are two questions.
Yes.
I'll take part of that question if you
Okay.
don't mind, Mr. Nishi. So part of it for attendance, we work closely with child welfare and attendance. Ms. Harris works closely with the team, and as you know, we have our START process, our meetings process. But we train our assistant principals and our counseling staff how to work with our families and really consider some of the situations that might be happening for families as to why attendance might be an issue, and address those specifically with some of our families. In regards to the numbers in 11th grade, and I'll even speak to some of the empathy interviews because I was able to conduct those with families. You know, at the high school level, as kids become more independent, right, there's a little bit of a loss of connection for parents about what's happening at school sites. And so we're looking at ways that, like, how do we connect parents back together at a school site when we're trying to give the students some independence. That's why we were trying to enhance our offerings for college and career supports, experiences for students and for parents. And then another thing that we are honestly thinking about, and one of the strategies we did last year was, there's a number of, at the high school level, there's a large amount of staff, particularly walk-on staff. So coaches, additional staff that's not necessarily our everyday teachers. And so we did provide a training last year in support for some of our walk-on coaches, and that's something we're looking to continue to do and enhance, is what are some strategies that they may need to refine in order to be more inclusive of our various ethnicities and communities in sports.
Okay. But a follow-on question regarding the absenteeism, which is improving. What unique thing are you doing to specifically address that particular population? What you gave me was some good general information that would be applicable to everybody, and everybody should have lower chronic absenteeism. I'm not saying that that's not the case, but what is the specific technique or way that you're achieving these results, and what do you have planned for the future to make it even better?
So I think that question really depends upon the different communities that we work with. One of the key things, though, in working with our members of our Black Family Circle is the key for that they've expressed, because that's the reason we have this advisory group, was for them to tell us, like, what do you need from us to make the situation better? And one of the key things that they have shared with us is for our Black families, they want to feel like they're in community, right? That they have connection. And sometimes at some of our school sites, when we don't have large percentages of Black families, they feel isolated. So how do we create a sense of community so that they feel more connected, not only to that school site, but to our district on a whole? And so that's really the importance of our Black Family Circle, is them advising us. And so that's part of the process that we've been using. And so that's the specific strategy that they talked about, was we want parents to see, like, that's why they wanted to celebrate our Black educators, because they want parents to see, look at, we have all these great educators in our system that you can connect with. You may not see other people in the community necessarily that look like you, but we have educators, staff members that are here to help, that you can connect with if you're having issues, particularly around attendance. So those are some of the strategies specifically that we've learned from our Black Family Circle that they continue to work with us and advise us with, and that we're looking to expand and implement some structures with.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Nishii. Board Member Dr. Rios.
Thank you. I always appreciate us celebrating the diversity in our district. So I want to acknowledge the highlights. I especially appreciate the fact that we did ask for data, because we wanted to not only celebrate the fact that we have such great things to celebrate within the African American culture, but we want to know how are we as a district doing with our students, and are they achieving success? So I am happy to celebrate the rates of chronic absenteeism, graduation rates, and AP courses, and I appreciate the fact that you talked about the challenges. I administer the Healthy Kid Survey, and so I know that these questions get asked to students, and the fact that our 11th grade students are telling us that, only 47% agree or strongly agree with the school connectedness. I think it ties directly to the cultural proficiency instructional practices. Our students would improve in their attendance if they had, and I'm not saying this is happening, but this data is telling us we need to work on this, in providing environments where our students feel welcomed. They feel celebrated. They are acknowledged. They're seen. And yes, being seen in books goes a long way. But I think that Board Member Nishii highlighted the fact that we got a lot of work to do, because that will impact everything else. That will impact everything that we already celebrate, but can absolutely improve. So like he mentioned, to our superintendent, to our assistant supervisor services, like, what specific strategies are we going to implement that are specific, that will deliver better results? Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rios. Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. So I'm gonna echo what my colleague said. I think this board is strongly looking at data now, and so we're looking to see results. So we have the 2024-25. So I'm gonna look to see next year, like, how our percentages are going up, because we are doing a good job, but we're missing out on some students, right? I really like the college fair. Is that just for high school students?
Yes.
How can we make that and I know it's all logistics, but so maybe I heard Dr. Castro saying that our students want to feel part of the district community. How do we make that an event where we have students from elementary, middle, and high school so that they can come together and they can see each other? How do we have events in our district where we can bring our students together, some kind of a conference, something that they're invited to, where they feel like I'm being seen. And I like that we're having all these committees, but the reality is that we have some students that don't feel connected. So we need action. And so if you can provide us with, I think we're all asking, like, what are the next steps? So maybe if you could provide the board what we're going to do from now until the next survey, where we can say we did A, B, and C, and we got these results. So we can, okay. Thank you so much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Board Member Mendoza. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Noyola. Thank you, Ms. Marlies Harris, for this wonderful presentation. And the question I had was, the college fair sounds like a wonderful opportunity for the kids to have vision and that they can engage and talk to the counselors of different schools. So I think this is such a great opportunity for the students, and I hope many students will register to attend. Is this only open for the students in the Black Student Alliance?
Yes. So currently, this
Yeah.
is an opportunity that we're allowing for our Black Student Union and Young Black Scholars to attend.
Okay, so
Yeah.
only
Just as a field trip for those
Okay,
students.
I see.
Yes.
So where are you leaving? Where's the location that you're going to be?
We're still working out the logistics between
I
all
see.
4 of the high schools based
Uh-huh.
off of the numbers of students who are attending.
Uh-huh.
Then we'll provide our location for the bus pickup.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Board Member McCann.
Thank you, Ms. Harris and Dr. Castro, for the presentation. I have a couple questions. So when you have the Black Student Unions and the Young Black Scholars on each campus, congratulations on that. I think that's definitely going in the right direction. But does it mean that they have to have like a certain GPA in order to qualify for that?
No, all students are welcome to attend. The meetings are typically during lunchtime.
Okay, great. And then I also felt like, I just want to give you a compliment on the Black Family Circle. I felt like the parents that were there were just like, they really wanted to be there. They really wanted to listen. Everett did a great job of presenting specifically to the Black population and really talking to the problems that they face in mental health. So I really appreciated that activity, and I'm just really glad to see everything that you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member McCann. Vice President Yokoyama Bui.
Thank you, Mrs. Harris. I did want to share and comment. I was able to attend the end of year Black Excellence celebration last year, and I think that's a wonderful event. And it's something that I felt was very family oriented. The families of those who were graduating from their respective schools were able to attend. Perhaps this is something we can ask the schools to invite some of their students, maybe those who may want to see more inclusivity, more engagement, and so they could see people in their community, students in their community who are achieving, and they will then follow in those footsteps. So that was something, I know the space may not accommodate everyone, but I want to be able to show that we do have, very much success stories in our district, and we want to make sure that our students see that. Even if it's only a couple years away, they'll be there next. So definitely a great event, and I'm looking forward to attend it again this year. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Yokoyama Bui. I just want to echo my colleagues here. These are great numbers. We are moving in the right direction. I specifically also want to highlight and pause and just look at the graduation rate for last year for our Black students. They've outperformed the rest of the school population. That's amazing. I also wanted to highlight that the percentage of students that find the caring adult is actually higher for 6th and 9th graders to the general population. So I think that's a testament to club advisor like Mr. Marin, who I had the pleasure with meeting this year. They go above and beyond for their students, and ABC, we're all about diversity and representation. We have a lot of great educators and staff that represent our students. So that's thank you for sharing that, and thank you for being here tonight.
Thank you.
We will now have a presentation for artificial intelligence. Dr. Castro.
Yes, thank you. As part of our LCAP Goal 1 and 3, we are back again with the next of our series of our LCAP ABC stories. As Mr. Lawrence, our director, likes to say, it's the world premiere of our LCAP Goal 1 and 3 focus on artificial intelligence. As a district, we're committed to building some future-ready systems that strengthen teaching and learning and student access to innovation. This short video is going to highlight how ABC is thoughtfully exploring artificial intelligence as a tool to support educators, enhance student learning, and ensure responsible, equitable use across our district. Our Director of Technology, Mike Lawrence, and our teacher on special assignment with a focus on AI, Chad Lanes, are available after for any comments or questions. So without further ado, here's our world premiere on artificial intelligence.
Over the course of this school year, we'll be exploring the many ways in which ABC's LCAP positively supports students. Through Goals 1 and 3 of the ABCUSD LCAP, we're leveraging AI to enhance teaching and learning, where every action, resource, and relationship helps students thrive.
At ABC Unified, we apply an HI plus AI approach, keeping human intelligence as the compass to ensure AI augments relationships and accessibility, preparing our students for the AI-enhanced future by developing critical thinking skills. Through our local control and accountability plan, we have provided safe AI platforms for student and staff use, alongside resources, professional learning, and ethical guidance. When generative AI first launched, ABC Unified chose a proactive path. Rather than blocking or denying access, we brought teachers, students, and administrators together to discuss how to ethically utilize these platforms to accelerate student learning. Our goal was, and is, to use this powerful tool to leverage sound pedagogy and practice, never to replace it. By integrating our human intelligence to ask the right questions, improve our prompts, and vet out responses, we empower teachers to decide exactly how and when AI should be used.
But what about cheating? I know you're thinking it. And of course, cheating has been around long before AI. In addressing concerns around academic integrity and AI at ABC, we have intentionally steered away from a culture of suspicion, choosing instead to start a conversation, not an accusation. The teacher is and will always be the leader in the classroom and the best judge of student work. And we view AI usage as an opportunity to foster transparency and digital citizenship. We prioritize teacher autonomy in setting clear expectations and invite them to demonstrate this transparency using our AI badging system whenever they can to model ethical and appropriate use of AI. Will students make poor decisions? Sure. But it's a part of the learning process. If a student uses AI tools inappropriately or without consent, it results in a restorative conversation, helping them learn to navigate these tools with honesty and integrity.
Students have been engaging with AI across ABC Unified. At Whitney High School, we have an AI pathway in which students explore AI algorithms, LLMs, and much more. Across our middle and high schools, ABC offers many programming and entrepreneurship courses covering AI concepts. In addition, CTE exploration courses at Whitman, Ferguson, and several other elementary schools offer direct interaction with AI concepts. Beyond this, students interact with AI across Snorkel, Adobe Express, Canva, and Gemini, in grades 7 through 12 only.
We developed our AI guidance by actively seeking the opinions and feedback of all voices, publishing our guidance policy, and personally addressing every inquiry, every challenge, every accolade. We also established AI roundtable discussions open to the community partners throughout ABC to share, to listen, and most importantly, for us to adapt. This feedback loop remains a permanent fixture of our district, with roundtable events scheduled quarterly to ensure that we continue to learn together. We understand that by leading in a transparent manner, we are developing the trust necessary to continually improve our guidance.
Visit abcusd.us/LCAP to see how ABC is raising up students and unlocking their future.
So I do want to note the actual video that's posted will not cut off Chad Lanes' forehead or Mike's hair. I promise. Sorry, something happened when we presented it from presentation mode up there that it kind of moved the screen. So we do have the original video that will be posted will fully represent our teacher and our director.
Do I have any board comments or questions? Board Member Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for the presentation because I teach first grade, so I don't really get into AI with my students, but I personally use it. I think it's a great tool, and I love that you said it's not an accusation, it's a conversation. And I think if we start introducing that to our students and letting them know that this is a tool for you to use, right? We like everything else on the internet, we need to be safe, and we teach our students to be safe. But I think I like that our district started way ahead before any other districts because this is the way everyone's going. Kids are going to be using it, and I think we as a district are being proactive in showing our students how to use it safely and appropriately. So thank you for that. Yeah, I did notice the cutoff, but I thought maybe, when it got, but it was a great video, and I know we're going to be posting it. Oh, thank you. Thank you so much. Yeah, because I think you guys do an amazing job with the videos too. I love seeing them. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Board Member Nishi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yeah, I know you have a full head because you're right there, right in front of us. That's great. So it's great that we're going through AI, and somebody told me that an incredible percentage of people will have jobs that are all AI related, and so that's where the jobs are going to be. And my daughter has a job, and she's like, I think my job's going to be replaced someday. I better find some new skills, and I need to adapt. And so having Whitney at the forefront of that's amazing. And I know it's tough, but it would be nice if we could also have Gar or Artisha. I know it's a very difficult thing to find people, and I bet you they're top dollar people. But to the extent that we can try to extend it out to other schools, maybe we could use. I know that some districts use video or internet teaching for like a Korean language. They do a Korean ethnic studies, and they don't have enough in one place, but they do it for the whole district using online schools. So that might be a way to leverage out the little staff that we have in that. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President. Well, it's good to see you guys in person.
Yes.
Yeah. It's an honor to face you face to face, famous people on the screen. Well, I think we are so blessed that we are ahead of the game. I mean, it's in the school. AI is real. It's the future. And I mean, the whole world is in the middle of AI war. Who's going to get it first? So I think that for our children, it's critical. I mean, everybody uses ChatGPT. We all use Google. Now we all use ChatGPT. But if our children can have access, trained, and many of them will land on a job that's in AI, that would be such a great opportunity for our kids. So as our board member Nishi mentioned, I think it would be great to have this program, Dr. Su, in other schools too. So that other, high school, especially high school students, earlier the better, right? Middle school, expose them. You just never know some of the hidden gems. They are sparked and they discover, wow, this is something that's very interesting. I can use the computer and online, not only to play game and chat and do social media, but I can do something, something that's valuable, so who knows? Yeah, we may have one of our ABC students land in one of the, tech companies or find one. So God bless you for this. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. I just want to also echo, you guys are doing an amazing job in artificial intelligence. You guys are leading the way for ABC and also the school districts around us. A question I have is, what are some things that you guys see in the future or in the short future, how AI will be transforming how we educate our kids, whether it be more focused on assessment rather than homework?
Well, let me jump in first. I do want to share that every high school in the district utilizes AI in the classroom. We were just highlighting the fact that Whitney has an AI pathway through the CTE program. So I don't want to shortchange our other fabulous high schools in the district. To your question, I would say in the near term, I'm seeing agentic AI, which is the idea where you would essentially create an agent to go out and find solutions for you and bring them back to you, rather than being tied to the machine itself and prompting each step of the way. You could set an AI agent to go out and act as you and say, you know, book a hotel reservation or a dinner reservation and come back to you with those things. Those tools are already out there, but they're just getting more and more sophisticated. And sometimes it's an AI working with another AI to give you an answer and some resources. So we're seeing that already on the short term, already in some places. But I'll hand off to Mr. Lanes to see if there's other ideas.
Oh, there's lots of ideas. But I'm going to pivot from that and talk about the strength of ABC, and that's our teachers. When we talk about the future, it's still teacher-based. So we still want to teach our kids how to read, write, think, speak. Then we look to leverage that technology. So you'll see changes, but I really believe, and it's what I go out and espouse. That's why I have him here. Wherever I go, that we want to have that approach. We want HI first, human intelligence first, and then we leverage the AI. We'll see how we can make it more accessible, more differentiated, more interesting, more engaging for students. So I do see that it gets better all the time, but it always starts with the teacher.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? No. Oh, Board Member McCann?
I'm not quite sure who's responsible, but Mike, I think it might be you for putting together the conference for Saturday, and I'm so looking forward to all the different sessions that are being offered, and a lot of them are AI.
Yes, 17 out of 24 sessions are AI related or AI adjacent. It'll be at Gar High School. Thank you. I'm looking forward to seeing you there, as well as I think Vice President Yokoyama Bui.
All right, thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Lanes. Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. We will now move to Can I please have a motion to approve the agenda for the regular meeting of January 20, 2026?
Tatiana motions.
Second Mendoza, sorry.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Approval of minutes. May I have a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of December 9th, 2025?
Move approval.
Tatiana seconds.
All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Middle school activity reports. Carmenita Middle School leadership students will present a report on school activities, including athletic, academic, and extracurricular activities. Ms. Penelope and Elijah.
Good evening, Mr. Noyola, President of the Board of Education, Mrs. Yokoyama Bui, Vice President, Mrs. Mendoza, Clerk of the Board, Mrs. McHatton, Mr. Nishi, Dr. Rios, Mrs. Yu, distinguished members of the board, and Dr. Zilo, our superintendent. My name is Elijah Francis.
My name is Penelope Solana.
And I am the ASB historian
and the ASB president
of Carmenita Middle School. We appreciate the opportunity to speak with you tonight regarding the wonderful activities and achievements at our school.
At Carmenita, we start every day with a warm welcome. Our web and ASB students take turns greeting their peers at the gates. And I have the privilege of hosting our Friday announcements along with our amazing principal, Dr. Chang. We recap our week and kick off the weekend with a Friday song in the morning. We've also launched a new tradition, celebrating every 25 days of school. From our Soar into the Future college theme on day 25 to our Disney theme, day 75. These milestones keep our spirits high. This Carmenita spirit has really paid off. we are proud to report that Carmenita has won the September and December attendance challenges, with over 98% of our students in class and ready to learn.
Our Cougar identity is built on being ready, respectful, and responsible. Students earn paw prints for these behaviors, which are put into a raffle and allow them to earn prizes at our bi-weekly quad events. Beyond the quad, we are fostering a culture of deep learning. Our Distinguished Scholars Program allows students to explore the subjects they love and learn beyond the classroom, providing enrichment for those passionate about going deeper into their studies. Our AVID students are also looking toward the future. They had the opportunity to visit Cal State LA this past fall to envision their path to a higher education. And next month, they will be visiting UCLA.
Our Cougars are excelling everywhere. In the arts, our advanced band performed at Disneyland in December, and our jazz band played for the district holiday luncheon. On the court, we are currently undefeated in boys volleyball and basketball, following stellar seasons by our girls soccer and volleyball teams. We are also thrilled to debut our first ever cheer team, led by our SIA, Miss Trina, which has brought a new level of excitement to our games. We are even making headlines. Our community garden was recently featured on CNN World News. This year, our garden doubled in size, thanks to generous donations that allowed us to build even more garden beds for our students to enjoy.
We believe in giving back. Our recent food drive and Toys for Tots collection provided meals and gifts to families in need. We've also innovated our social events. Our Fit-a-thon raised over $55,000, and our Haunted Hall Maze doubled in size this year. Our 7th graders also enjoyed a unique tradition this fall, a field trip to medieval times, where they had an amazing time watching the tournament and experiencing history come to life.
Finally, we have a busy January ahead. Following our beautiful winter dance that was hosted by ASB and PTSA, we are preparing for our 100th day of school, our Care Assembly on January 27th, and Kindness Week. We are combining Kindness Week with Culture Month, starting January 26th, to celebrate our diversity and ensure every single student at Carmenita feels seen and valued.
Thank you for your time in supporting the green and gold spirit of Carmenita Middle School.
For, Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Noyola. Well, I think this is very special because I think this is our very first meeting with a middle school student rep, right? And you guys were both awesome. I mean, you guys did such a great job. They did. So you guys have your principal here? Oh, can she come up? Where's the principal? Come on out.
And the
Yeah,
VP.
can you call the whole team? Yeah, the whole team. Carmenita
The whole
team.
team.
Yay! Wow. Yeah, I'm so excited. I mean, this is the first board meeting with middle school students, and they both did just a fantastic job with the presentation, delivering the message and the announcement, and the level of confidence. I'm just like so blown away. Just like, good job, you guys. Just keep it up. I'm so excited for you. Thank you, Principal.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Mendoza. I was just smiling because we've been asking for the middle schools to come and present because we get to see our elementary students and then we don't get to see them until they get to high school. So seeing the in-between, it's just happy to see you guys being here and sharing everything that you do. I hope this is a new thing that we're doing, that they're going to continue to come. Our middle schools are going to continue to come and share. You guys are doing amazing things at Carmenita. I actually went to go visit your school. I love visiting there. I love to hear that your attendance is up. How do you like doing those every 25 days? Is it fun?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's fun. I know. Not so much for teachers because I know I'm a first grade teacher. When they have those spirit days, they come in but we work with it. But the kids are there. We have you there, and we get to teach you every single day. I love hearing about all the stuff that's going on with your athletics. You raised over $55,000 for your fit-a-thon. Wow, that's pretty amazing. That to me tells me that your whole entire school community is committed to your school. So thank you for that. So thank you again, and I look forward to hearing you guys again this year, or hopefully next year. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Do I have any other board comments? No. Thank you guys for being here. You guys are the first middle school to present, so congratulations. Yes. Yes, I would also like to recognize the parents.
parents?
So I know they're grown up, but they're not that grown up. Can I have the parents stand up, please,
Stand
and be
up,
recognized?
parents.
Okay.
Yay.
Thank you, Carmenita, for sharing the amazing things happening on your campus. Congratulations on being undefeated. Congratulations on the amazing extracurricular, the programs, and the community you guys have built. So you guys are leaving a legacy. So thank you guys for being here tonight. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
We will now have our student board representatives from Gar High School. And this-
I think they brought their fan club.
All right. Good evening, President Noyola, Vice President Bui, Clerk of Board of Education, Mrs. Mendoza, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, distinguished cabinet members, Mrs. McHatton, Mr. Nishi, Dr. Rios, Mrs. Yu, and dear members of the community. My name is Amoha Arun Kumar.
And my name is Vincenzo Mangini.
We are the Commissioners of Academics at Richard Gar High School, and we are so honored to be presenting our board report filled with our school's highlights for the first semester and future initiatives.
We kicked off this year strong with a welcoming first day, guiding students to their classes. Very importantly, the school year commemorates the 60th anniversary of GAR. Thus, a majority of our activities focused on celebrating past traditions and tying in with new and improved ones. Helping represent these new traditions with a fresh start, the school is given a fresh coat of paint to kick off GAR High School's next 60 years.
Moving on to our activities, one of our main events as ASB is Homecoming. It was themed Road to Rome to tie back to our roots as gladiators. The event kicked off with a tailgate where we welcomed students and our alumni. Our alumni turnout was so impressive, bringing former students such as Jim Zorn, a 1971 alumni and former NFL player and head coach. We are so thankful to have in attendance key community members, including our own school board members and city councils of Artesia and Cerritos.
ASB's yearly trip to Palomar Conference Center on September 4th to September 7th provided space to plan out this event, resulting in hundreds of attendees due to the great success from months of advanced planning. The corresponding rally provided great advertisement and instilled collaboration through themed rally games like Sparta.
Our second rally of the year was our winter rally, which was an incredible success and one of our best yet. Uniquely, the rally was performed in the dark with the theme being Let It Glow. Proper precautions were taken, of course, creating a safe environment even in the dark.
GAR currently has 32 clubs on campus. All are either cultural, service-oriented, hobby-based, academic, or STEM-focused. This year, we added the National Honor Society and the Auto Club. The clubs were given the chance to showcase their qualities to parents and students during events such as Back to School Night and the upcoming open house.
Now moving on to our academics, GAR was named the AP Honor Roll Silver School. Our PSAT occurred in October. The SAT testing was hosted for the first time at GAR with our next date on March 14th. We're continuing to pass out our Scholar of the Quarter awards quarterly. We appreciate the district's support to enrich our CTE programs. Our video game design class is being upgraded and redesigned to meet the needs of the evolution of esports, while the aviation pathway has added flight simulations, providing students with the opportunities to apply their piloting skills.
For our diversity, we focused on maximizing school-wide participation with our Kindness Week. This past fall, every classroom received posters with handwritten positive affirmations meant for every student in the school. Next week, we will continue with our Spring Kindness Week, where we have various daily themes and events. Students have been encouraged to participate in lunch rally activities, like creating a handprint unity poster to hang up. This will grow school spirit. We also promoted Red Ribbon Week with daily outfit challenges to encourage drug prevention awareness.
Moving on to our athletics, our fall sports had a great successful season in football and flag football, where both teams qualified for CIF, as did girls golf with Jody Santos qualifying for individuals. are volleyball for league champions and cross country for league champions. 7 GAR baseball players have signed letters of intent to play at the Division I level. Jake Enrique signed to Oregon. Nathan Gangorena signed to CSUN. Jorge Valdez signed to CSUN. Andres Gonzalez and Bryce Morrison signed to USC, along with Anthony Ward to Hope University and Alexander Brown to the University of Pikeville in Kentucky. Our winter sports are underway, so please do join us in our sports for basketball, soccer, and wrestling matches.
This year, the GAR Matching Gladiators closed out the 2025 season with our most competitively successful results in program history. GAR earned the title of WBA Class 4A champion, winning High Effect, High Music, High Visual, and High Color Guard. After advancing to the WBA Combined 4A/5A Grand Championships, we brought home the bronze medal with a score of 93.025, making GAR the first 4A band in WBA history to place in the top 3 at Grand Championships.
And finally, we want to touch upon future initiatives and events. We're looking forward to our open house on January 27th, our Voice United conference focusing on youth advocacy on January 31st, focusing on that with the district, Kindness Week next week, Fun Fridays occurring every Friday every week, our CTE showcase on February 4th, our Philo Fest for Barcata Club to promote Filipina culture, dance, and food, and finally prom on March 14th. Thank you so much.
Any board comments? Board member Dr. Rios.
So I've had several proud moments. I think my proudest was when I was first elected and then reelected. And my second proud moment was when I became president of the board and we had mariachi in the audience. I don't think anything beats having my son in the audience. Super proud, super excited. GAR does amazing things, and I think that highlighting the accomplishments of the sports programs brings a lot of pride to us, right? I was there when the students signed their college commitment letters, and I mean, for an athlete, I think that's a true testament to the support that they receive, right? Not just from the families, but from the school. And so I want to give a shout out to the principal who is here, Dr. Moore. To his coach, Coach Perez, and his staff. And to the players. You know, I can't speak to the other sports, I can speak to baseball, but these guys give it their heart. And you know, this weekend they played at USC. So they get to have these amazing experiences because of the support that they receive from all of us, from the board to their staff, to their teachers who put up with them missing class sometimes because they have to go to tournaments. Like, it really does take an effort of all. And so I just really want to commend them, to commend our district for being so supportive. And it brings me so much pride to see that they accomplished so much. Thank you for sharing that.
Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm sitting here, I'm listening, and I'm visioning those Ferguson kids that came here today, that one day they're going to be at GAR doing all of this. And it's so nice to see our elementary, our middle, and our high school, and to see all the activities that are going on, and to see that each school site is building community. I mean, you had a former NFL player, a head coach. Like, wow, how awesome is that? Kindness Week, and you have handwritten notes. Like, that's belonging, right? Kids feel like, oh, I got a handwritten note. Somebody actually took the time to write this note. It wasn't typed out on the computer. Somebody took the time to write that. All of the athletics, like Dr. Rios was saying, band, everything that's going on in it. And I know that this happens at all our high schools. And I just want to say thank you to the students, to the staff, and to the parents, because this is all of us working together so that you, the students, are successful. So everything that we do here on the board, this is our goal, is for you to be successful. So thank you. And I know that as soon as you leave, like, the audience is going to be You're all going, right? Because it's all GAR students,
Yeah.
right? And that right there shows the commitment, the support that you guys give one another at GAR High School. So thank you so much. Congratulations on all your accolades.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Board Member Nishi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Yes, I'll be quick. So it's an amazing thing to have ground school. I mean, that costs thousands of dollars. I had to do that and pay it separately. And here you have it at a high school. That's or actually not. You have aviation school, which is just an amazing thing to have. And the signing, the whole. Some of you, all of us were here, but the whole place was full of parents, all proud of their kids and their achievements. And that's something that can be brought to other schools, I think, because I've not seen it at a lot of other schools, maybe a little bit at Artesia. But I mean, if we were able to laud the achievements of everyone that was able to achieve, not just, I mean, academics is super important, but also the sports that are the reason we do a lot of things in our lives. So so it's a great thing that you guys have to bring to everybody. So thank you. Only thing is USC, I don't know.
Thank you, Board Member Nishi. Board Member McCann.
Thank you so much for all the students and staff being here tonight. I really appreciate that. And to our two speakers who told us so much about all the events, the academics, the sports, the band, the pathways, the clubs. Just so nice to hear about what's happening at all the wonderful things that are happening at GAR. And can you introduce us to the gentleman behind you? Or can they introduce themselves? Are they all baseball players?
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. My name is Andres Gonzalez. I'm a senior at GAR, and I'm going to U of C.
I met my mom.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Alexander Brown Johnson. I am a 2026 as well, and I'm committed to the University of Pikeville.
Hello, everybody. I'm Jorge Valdez. I'm committed to Cal State Northridge, and I'm a senior.
Hello, everyone. My name is Nate Guangarena. I am a senior at GAR High School, and I'll be going to Cal State Northridge.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Anthony Ward. I'm a senior at GAR High School, and I'm committed to Hope University.
Congratulations, gentlemen, and good luck next year at college.
Thank you, Board Member McCann. Board Member Yu.
Yes, thank you, President. So I was going to mention this on the second page. Wow, this is really impressive. And congratulations. So Division I baseball signings, does this mean that the players signed to play baseball at those schools? Wow, GAR High School baseball is this strong. That is impressive. Wow. Wow. Yeah. I mean, I'm sure your parents are proud of you guys, how hard you worked. I mean, it pays off, right? Yeah. And the school's proud of you. And you guys are leaving a legacy. And I'm sure the coaches, they work so hard too. Yeah. So kudos. Thank you. Congratulations once again. Yeah.
Being a former gladiator myself, you know, it makes me super proud to be here as the president, speaking leadership to future leadership. You guys are doing an amazing job. Baseball has always been, you know, our hidden jewel at GAR. They've always worked together. They are a team. They wear the same uniform. They go out. They help each other. They're a brotherhood. So congratulations to you guys. ASB, thank you guys for staying out. Thank you for your presentation. You guys are the future leaders of not just GAR, but this community here. You guys will be representing us in the future, I'm sure of it. So congratulations for everything you do. And thank you for being here tonight. Have a safe drive. And if there's any parents, can you please stand to be recognized? No?
Stand up.
Oh, there we go. All right, you guys have a wonderful night. Thank you, GAR.
That was a good opportunity.
Okay, we will now move into the board president's report. Starting back in December 10th, I was able to attend the district luncheon. So I want to thank our staff here for recognizing our district staff. They do a lot behind the scenes to make sure that our schools are being supported, that our teachers are getting the support they need in the classroom, that they're able to focus on educating future leaders. So I want to thank everybody that works here at the district office, that you guys do amazing work. So appreciate that. December 18th, I was able to attend the Cerritos Fall Advisory Council at Cerritos High School. This is where school counselors meet with students, meet with district staff to talk about the needs of the school. And I'm very appreciative that the student voices were being echoed and highlighted. We had representatives from 9th grade and 11th grade. And it was very great to see that we were taking notes and acknowledging that what their contributions to the school are going to be changing and shaping the future of education. I was able to call a meeting with our local collaborators in education with the City of Hawaiian Gardens and Cerritos College to talk about educational attainment in Hawaiian Gardens. I want to thank Dr. Fierro, Board Trustee Mariana Rios for being there, and of course, City Council and Hawaiian Gardens for coming together to have this conversation of what we want to do in the next 5 years when it comes to education. January 13th, I was able to attend the Hawaiian Gardens STEM Night. I want to thank Whitney High School for coming out and helping getting our kids exposed to different opportunities in the STEM world, not just here at ABC, but also in the future. I was also visiting Ferguson Elementary that morning. I got to visit every single classroom, learn how they're implementing the bilingual program and how they're supporting students, and how Ferguson Elementary is actually on the cutting edge of bilingual education. They are helping develop the curriculum at the state level. So we have amazing educators. We have amazing bilingual coaches. So Ferguson is going to be, it was seen tonight, the work that they do. And finally, I was also able to attend the JV Artesia High School flag football banquet. I want to thank the City of Hawaiian Gardens for hosting them and giving them, a family a nice dinner and recognizing their efforts. On Monday, this past Monday, actually yesterday, I was able to attend with majority of the board our Martin Luther King celebration for the city of Cerritos. The city of Cerritos is actually one of the few cities that actually has a celebration recognizing the contributions that Dr. Martin Luther King has given to our country. So I want to thank them for inviting us, highlighting our students, raising voices in the community, and just unifying everybody. So that is my board report. I will now move to the superintendent's report. Dr. Zila.
Thank you. Well, good evening, everyone. It's just great to be back from our winter break. My hope is that whatever time you did have during that break, families were able to reconnect, appreciate one another, and maybe rest if possible. Things are challenging, and so anytime we can slow and gather with our family is really important. As we continue in this next part of the school year, I'm continuing my visit of schools. I love going into every classroom, seeing what students are actually doing that day. And sometimes the teachers get frustrated because I walk in and it's test time and they're taking a test, but that's part of the process. And so I appreciate getting to see what our students are doing, using our 4 pillars, particularly looking at engagement. What are we asking our students to do as they are learning? And so it's been wonderful to do that. We also are working currently in our district office with our principals to understand where our students are with their mid-year reports, how they're doing on benchmark tests in preparation for closing the school year and taking their CASP tests at the end of the year. And so learning about what our students are doing, where adjustments are being made at school sites, and how our teachers and staff are working together to make sure every kid learns and progresses this year. We are also continuing to meet with our extended cabinet. That includes all of our principals from schools that would be impacted from the restructuring and reconfiguration that is being prepared to take place. We have also started hosting the gatherings for our staff and family to talk through just the changes that are coming and how we can work together and make sure we're going through a process together so that as we experience change in August, we are ready to do that together and to include one another and to appreciate the different experiences we are all having with that. Just as a reminder, our school district will continue to follow the law and ensure that all students, regardless of background, beliefs, immigration status, are able to be at school every day and are provided the best possible education in a safe environment. We continue to provide supports. If you as a family are in need of any kind of support, whether it's from that perspective of maybe an experience you're having, or you're in need of food or support or shelter, please reach out to your school principal, your school office, and we will connect you with our ABC Community Center. We want to make sure students come to school every day and have the things they need to learn. And we don't want anything to get in the way of that. And with that, that's my report.
Thank you, Dr. Zillo. Employee representative reports, ABCFT President Ray Gare. Anything? Thank you. Public comments, Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. Persons wishing to address the board should fill out a card located on the table by the door and submit the completed card to the secretary. Speakers will be called in sequence during the public comments section or prior to the board discussion on an agendized item. The board shall provide 1 hour for speakers to address non-agendized items. Each speaker is limited to one presentation of 5 minutes or less. Those who have a group concern are encouraged to select a spokesperson to address the board. Should there be more than 15 speakers for non-agendized items, individual speakers shall be allowed 3 minutes to address the board. In order to ensure that non-English speakers receive the same opportunity to address the board, any non-English speaker who utilizes a translator shall be provided twice the allotted time to speak. Please remember that the board is unable to directly respond to comments made during the public comment section. In addition, the district does not verify the accuracy of the statements made during public comments. Persons wishing to address the board on a specific agenda item at the time the item is under discussion are limited to 5 minutes each and will be called to speak following the staff comments and prior to the board's discussion and taking action. The board shall provide 30 minutes for speakers to address agendized items. Should there be more than 6 speakers for agendized items, individual speakers shall be allotted 3 minutes to address the board on the item. Adverse remarks about a person's race, ancestry, ethnic group identification, religion, color, national origin, sex, sexual orientation, gender, mental or physical disability, or age may not be made. Please avoid remarks or charges which reflect upon the character, motives, qualifications, or ability of any school district employee, regardless if the identification is by name, position, or other reference. Such comments may be presented through the proper administrative channels set forth in Bylaw 9323. We do have one speaker, but Dr. Zillo, do you want to introduce our new system?
So we've been working on a system where we can better help our community who comes to speak understand how much time they have. And so at the podium, there is a screen. And so when we start the time, it will count down for them and help them to stay on track. And so we're hoping that it helps everyone. They can see, and we're simplifying the process, we hope.
Thank you, Dr. Zillo. So our first speaker is Mrs. Carla Santa Cruz. So you are going to be our first person to use our new system. We're going to learn this together.
So do you start it?
I think I do. Are you ready?
Yes.
Go.
Thank you. I get to inaugurate. This is great. Happy New Year and congratulations, President Noyola and new board members. And thank you, immediate past President, Board President Nishi, for all your service and especially Day of Remembrance. I'm sorry I couldn't be here last year, it was last year for the celebration, but I wanted to come back. You've seen me before, you'll see me again. As promised, I'll be here to support. I'm Carla Santa Cruz, formerly Herrera, retired ABC Biliteracy and ECE specialist. But now I'm a community member, still active, and grandparent of two NEMIS bilingual students. As promised last year, I will continue to support our biliteracy bilingual programs, and I will look to you to do the same, especially during the transitions and, as we go through the future. I like to share resources, and so I'm going to continue to do that. Thank you for highlighting our Ferguson bilingual biliteracy experts, our students with superpowers, as highlighted with our former Secretary of Education, Miguel Cardona. I miss him so much. I taught at Ferguson 18 years and pledged allegiance every day in Spanish. Thank you for highlighting Black History Month as well as all the other special months where we highlight our students and affirm their backgrounds and their families. I especially appreciate when we do it beyond the month so that students feel seen and appreciated as well as their families every day and in every class. I really like the idea of including the younger students with the conferences, as you mentioned, so that students can be able to see their peers throughout the ages as leaders and mentors. I also appreciate the LCAP reviews and the highlights and the spotlights. So this is my one thing that I wanted to add. You may have already seen this. And I did mention last year, I believe, that I participated in a review with Californians Together on LCAPs. It was part of a project that's been done annually for the past several years. This was on the 24-27 LCAPs as a project combined with Californians Together and the Center for Equity for English Learners from Loyola Marymount University. So I will email you the abstract and the document as a resource as we continue to work through our LCAP spotlights. And of course, I'm always going to be looking at our English learners and multilingual learners. Let's have a good year. Thank you.
Can I get some feedback? How was it with the new system? Did you even look at it?
I did look at it, but I forgot to look at it, during the middle. But I have testified many times and given testimony for the State Board of Education and in Sacramento, and now they have a call-in system. But they give you 1 minute, and when they give you 1 minute, they say time, and then they cut you off. And so I appreciate this to have a warning.
Okay, so it was a good system.
I think it's a good system. It's nice and big.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
We have no more speakers, Mr. President.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. We will now move into the consent calendar. May I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
Second.
Is there anyone who wishes to remove any item to be considered separately? Seeing none, please note that during the Student Board Representative Committee, preferential yes votes were cast for consent items 1.1C, 3.1C, 3.2C, 3.3C, 3.4C, 3.5C, 3.6C, 3.7C, 3.8C, 3.12C, 3.15C, without any additional comments. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. We will now have a timed item following the consent. May I have a motion to accept the district annual audit report and Measure BB general obligation bond audit report from CWDL for the year ending June 30th, 2025?
Tatiana motions.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Noyola. Good evening, board members. Tonight, as required by law and also in the board policy, we have our external independent auditors, Mr. Joe Tarantino. He is a partner, senior manager with the firm CWDL. They are, like I said, independent and external auditor. They are here to provide the board with their report on both the district financials as well as the Measure BB program. Again, as also required by Proposition 39. So that you will hear directly from him, and he will be available to answer questions for the board. So with that, I will turn over to Mr. Tarantino.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Happy New Year, everybody. Good evening, Mr. President Noyola, members of the board, Superintendent Dr. Zietlow, cabinet members. My name's Joe Tarantino, Senior Manager with CWDL. It's an honor to be here tonight to present the annual audit report and Measure BB bond report for ABC Unified for the fiscal year ending June 30, 2025. Before we jump into the presentation, I would like to recognize and commend Deputy Superintendent of Business Services, Mr. Nguyen, his Director of Fiscal Services, Ms. Arroya, and the rest of the ABC Unified team and site administration for their preparation and dedication in providing the requested items to complete the audit in a timely manner. Overall, it was a very positive experience and collaborative experience, and speaks volume to the district's management and leadership team. On today's agenda, we'll be reviewing and discussing the audit timeline, audit scope, some key highlights, services and deliverables, and summary of audit results for the district and Measure BB. The audit is broken down into 4 main phases, starting off with pre-audit and planning. We work with management to coordinate the audit approach and ensure clear communication and expectations. This includes holding interest meetings, establish dates of field work, and confirming the scope and requirements. The interim field work section is during the, we assess and document internal controls and determine their effectiveness and identify any potential deficiencies. In addition, we perform various state compliance testing, such as site attendance, ASB, and verification of an instructional time and teacher certifications. The year-end phase includes a detailed examination of the financial statements balances as of June 30th, including reconciliation procedures and substantive testing. We evaluate estimates, perform cutoff procedures, and review key disclosures to ensure accuracy and compliance with applicable accounting standards. Following the conclusion of the field work, we finalize the audit reports, which are provided to you tonight. This slide summarizes a comprehensive scope of the audit, highlighting the standards, regulations, and compliance requirements that guide our work. It outlines our responsibility to perform a full financial and compliance audit in accordance with GAAP, GASB, government auditing standards, an examination of the financial records in accordance with California Education Code, ensure the district is adhering to applicable state compliance audit procedures, federal compliance testing in accordance with uniform guidance. Our examination also includes an exclusive audit of the financial and performance reports for the district's bond program as well. Now let's turn our gears to some key highlights of the audit report. Just briefly, kind of going over them high level. The government-wide statements, meaning all funds and resources of the district. The ending net position decreased by $31.8 million to a total of $63.3 million. Statement of activities illustrates the revenues were about $386.5 million, while expenses were about $396.1 million. 77% of the expenses were for instruction-related services, and pupil services. Capital assets increased by $36.5 million to $291.6 million as a result of continued investment of ongoing construction and school renovations and modernization. The district's long-term liabilities, consisting of general obligation bonds, compensated absences, net pension liability, and net OPEB liability. The district's overall long-term liabilities increased by a net of $55 million due to the issuance of Series C in the amount of $64.5 million. So for the services and deliverables within the audit report, you'll find 4 deliverable reports within that the auditors are responsible for. First is the opinion over the district's financial statements, referred to as the independent auditor's report, noted on pages 1 through 3. Here we express an unmodified opinion on the district's financial statements. It's the highest and best level of assurance an auditor can express an issue. We note that the district's financial position and respective financial statements are fairly stated and are materially accurate. There were no audit entries made to the district's unaudited actuals other than the GASB 31 fair market value adjustment for cash held in county treasury, which varies from year to year, so it's often assessed and booked by auditors as needed. Here we also note that the management is responsible for the preparation and fair presentation of the district's financial statements, including the design and implementation of internal controls to ensure the financial statements are free from material misstatement, whether arising from error or fraud. The next 3 deliverables can be found in the other independent auditors report section, starting on page 75. So the second deliverable is an assessment of the district's internal controls over financial reporting and compliance on page 92 and 93. The intent of this report is to communicate the results of our evaluation of the district's internal controls over financial reporting, as well as any significant compliance issues identified during the audit of the financial statements. Essentially, it provides insight into the reliability of the district's financial reporting process and whether the district is adhering to relevant laws and regulations. The third deliverable that we issue an opinion on is over federal programs and compliance required by uniform guidance on pages 94 through 96. The purpose of this report is to assess whether the district has complied with specific compliance requirements associated with federal programs. Since the district expended more than $750,000 in fiscal year 24-25, it was subject to a Yellow Book single audit of federal awards. Finally, the last opinion is the opinion on the district's compliance of state programs as described in the guide for annual audits of K through 12 LEAs on pages 97 through 100. In accordance with Education Audit Appeals Panel, also known as EAP, we're required to evaluate, review, and perform compliance testing of certain state programs. A listing of these programs can be found on pages 98 and 99 of that report. Moving on to the summary of audit results. This slide is showing on the left an excerpt of page 101, summary of audit results, which indicates an unmodified opinion related to the financial statements, federal awards, and state awards. We noted no areas of noncompliance or deficiencies in internal controls over the financial statements and federal awards. The federal programs selected for testing covered Migrant Ed Cluster and the Head Start Cluster. However, we did note one state compliance finding that we'll go into a little bit more detail on the next slide. So the only finding that we noted during the audit was related to immunizations. Here at Palm Elementary, we noted that one TK or one pupil in TKK was missing some immunizations. It is required during enrollment or prior to admission that the students receive 2 doses of the varicella and the measles vaccine. The pupil that we noted in our testing only had 1 of each. So the fiscal impact related to this finding resulted in 54 days of attendance that cannot be claimed, which equates to 0.36 ADA, equivalent to about $4,700. Moving on to the summary of the Measure BB financial and performance audit results. We indicate here unmodified opinions related to Measure BB financial statements. We note no areas of noncompliance or deficiencies in internal controls over Measure BB financial statements. Again, very good and positive things. On pages 17 through 21 of that report is the performance audit section, which gives an opinion of the district's compliance with performance requirements as referred to in the Proposition 39 ballot and outlined in Article 13A, Section 1 of the California Constitution. The report includes the purpose of Measure BB issuances, the audit objectives, scope, and procedures performed, and our conclusion. The performance report notes that we tested $18.2 million out of the $33.1 million of expenditures, representing about 55% of the population. The results of our test indicated in all significant respects that ABC Unified has properly accounted for the expenditures held in Measure BB, GO bonds, and such expenditures were made for authorized bond projects. With that, I would like to open up for any questions the board may have.
Board Member McCann?
So from what I can see, the report is very good, except for the immunization that wasn't caught. And so I guess it just means that we need to be more careful when we're enrolling students in our schools to make sure they have those immunizations, correct?
Yes, the controls of the district, again, very positive, very knowledgeable district personnel and site personnel. I think with this particular example, there was a process in place, but I don't think there was any follow-up. The student was identified, but the site failed to perform follow-ups with the particular family in question.
But the report looks pretty good, except for
Yes.
that
Yes.
one issue. Okay,
Yes.
thank you.
And it's an improvement over last year. There were a few findings from last year that have been resolved. So again, Mr. Nguyen and his team are doing great results over here.
Thank you, Board Member McCann. Board Member Dr. Rios?
Thank you. In an effort to understand our financials a little bit better, I don't know if this is a question for Auditor Fatuan. Can you help me understand not necessarily the difference, like I noticed that there's, in our fund balance, there's restricted and committed. Like if I wanted to look a little bit further about what that means, where do I go to find that? And then how do you as an auditor ensure that, you know, these funds that were committed, in fact, are spent in the way that we said we were gonna spend them?
Yes, so in the audit report, there is a section in the notes of the financial statements, and the notes to the financial statements provide a little bit more clarity on the district's balances and accounting policies. Let me go ahead and find the particular page. (42) So on page 40, there is a chart that represents the fund balance on what's non-spendable, restricted, and committed. When we audit these balances, not only do we work with the district and obtaining their unaudited actuals, which would have been reported to the state, but we also look at board policies as well as any type of other commitments that the board or that the district has in terms of documentation. For the restricted items, a lot of that stuff is the categorical restricted items, balances that are being held in restricted resources. So it's pretty easy to obtain a listing of those items. And then I think there's additional language in the report. On page 32 towards the second half of it. It defines each of the classification. I hope that helps.
I'll add it to my reading. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Clerk Mendoza?
Thank you, Mr. President. It's a lot of information. I'm glad you're doing it instead of me. So it was one student at Palms, just one.
Correct.
So we've gone to Palms. This question is maybe for staff. We have already spoken to Palm and put practices in to make sure that we are following up. And just not just Palms, but all of our schools.
That is correct. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The other one was the underfunded ADA of 4,697. It says that we tried to revise it, but we're not able to. LACO doesn't allow us to do it. In the future, we're going to be able to get, it doesn't sound like a lot, but when we're in the situation that we're in, I think every penny counts.
Yes, unfortunately, because of the lack of the second dose of immunization, the question cost in question, the $4,686, we would have to not be able to claim that those days, those ADA days. Unfortunately, we won't be able to claim that.
Okay.
So therefore, out of the 350 million or so district budget, $4,686 are not claimable because of this finding.
Okay, so we're just going to make sure that those practices are in place at our school sites.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and then the last one, it says, we recommend that the LEA update their policies and procedures to align with ELOP guidance. I think we've done that. Okay, so then my questions are done. Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President. Thank you for your presentation. Crunching a lot of numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad you're doing it and not us. And Tuan, for the Measure BB bond, just for the public to hear once again, this information will be available?
Yes, it will be posted, or it has been posted on the district website.
Okay, so yeah, and the district's performance on the Measure BB bond projects and just overall everything is pretty much, we're doing good.
Yes, and part of our procedures, not only including expenditure testing, but we also look at procurement and change order testing, which is often an area for improvement in a lot of school districts. But in ABC, we found that you had a very knowledgeable director of purchasing who knows a lot about the change order process, bidding, CUPCO rules and regulations, and so forth.
Okay.
Yes.
Well, that's really good to hear. Thank you so much for that. And second question is regarding, I don't know if this is something I can ask you, but since we're dealing with the financials, I know that last year when President Ernie was the president, we received a letter from LACO regarding our budget. How are we doing with that and this year?
That's a great question. My role as an auditor, we're not required to audit the budget. So we just report the numbers. We don't really assess them for reasonableness or correctness. So that I'm going to have to probably refer to management to kind of talk more about the budget.
Yeah. Thank you, Member Yu. When the board adopted the budget for the 25-26 year, in that budget adoption, there was $5.7 million in reduction that the board approved. That has satisfied the request from the Los Angeles County Office of Education. Have requested that the district put forward a budget stabilization plan. So in discussing with the county, we have satisfied that request, assuming there's no further deficit spending by the district, meaning that if we were to stay within our budget and control our spending, then we have satisfied that concern. Like I said, that is assuming that the district is being very, very conscientious and frugal in our spending and watch every dollar that we spend.
Thank you. Thank you, Tuan. That's good to hear. Thank you. That is all.
And maybe to piggyback off one more thing, we do apply some limited procedures in terms of the fiscal stabilization, ensuring that the district meets the minimum reserve required by the state. I think a district of this size is 2 or 3%, 3%, as well as that they're able to meet not only current year expenditures, but we assess if we think they have the ability to meet next year's expenditures as well, which we thought was relevant and sufficient.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we've been hearing that. So currently we have, do we have 3%?
Yes, ma'am, we do.
Okay, that's good to hear. So we're in good shoes. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Mr. Tarantino, thank you so much for being here tonight, giving us that grade A. Mr. Tuan, Mr. Nguyen, thank you so much for all the hard work your team does. It shows that every dollar we spend is going to its intended purpose, and this is a good sign for ABC that we're getting back on track with our fiscal. So thank
Mr.
you.
President, if I may, I would like to, and I don't have a chance to do this a lot, but recognize the accounting department under Ms. Monica Aurora here. They do all the work.
Yes, Ms. Monica.
So year-end closing is challenging with the new system from the county. Add another layer to it with staffing control, meaning that I try not to hire for as long as I can. So they work very hard, and I appreciate and I want to publicly thank Monica and her department.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Monica. All right. Moving into information item, Whitney High School configuration. Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Noyola. So, as the board recall, we have the board approved the restructure and reconfiguration of our schools, and with that, there was a preparation for the transition of sixth grade to middle schools, including Whitney High Schools, and present to the board the different options the board have for Whitney High School. And as you know, Whitney High School is other than the #1 high school in California, it's currently have our structure is that grade 7 to 12 students are invited to participate or apply for under our board policy and attend, and on average about 170 students per grade level for a total of about 1,030 students that we currently have at Whitney High Schools. So with the transitions of the sixth grades into middle schools, the board have options with regard to Whitney, and as outlined on beginning on page 135 in the report, the different options that you have. And I will briefly go over the options, and of course, that will be followed with public comments and board discussions. So option A is to add grade 6 to Whitney High School, just like we adding sixth grades to the middle schools, right? I'm sorry, I misspoke. Option A is to add the sixth grade to the middle schools and keep Whitney exactly the same, status quo, meaning that Whitney, there'll be no change for Whitney. They remain 7 to 12, sixth graders who attend middle school and apply to Whitney High School. Just so that is the least disruptive option, meaning that there will be no change to the Whitney process. So that is option A. Option B would be adding sixth grades to Whitney and make it Whitney 6 to 12. So now we're adding a grade level similar to the middle school. We're adding sixth grade to Whitney High School, make them 6 to 12, and provide one more grade level, up 165 students to Whitney High School. So with this option, clearly when you add, that many students to the schools, you have to look at capacities in terms of the physical classrooms that they currently do not have. So we would have to look at additional classrooms, 5 or 6 classrooms, potentially lockers for the sixth graders, and restrooms. So those facilities that have to be considered should the board consider option B, which is adding sixth grades to Whitney High School. The third option was mentioned in a report by the consultant back in June, I believe, May, June, by Schoolworks is separating Whitney into a Whitney High School and a Whitney Middle School, increase students both within the district, resident students, and outside of the district. So basically, you would have the current Whitney will become 9 to 12, with the Whitney High School up about 250 students each, and about 200 of those 1,000 students will come from outside the district, as outlined on page 135, and that you will convert either a school, an elementary school, into a Whitney Middle School, and you add 6th grade there, and you add additional students from residents and permit. So there'll be they'll be on 2 separate campus, Whitney Middle School and Whitney High School. This will bring in an additional, hopefully, 275 students from outside the district in this option. The current Whitney facility would be able to accommodate Whitney High School, but then you would need to consider converting an elementary school into a Whitney Middle School, and there's costs associating with that. But if this were to come to fruition, if we were to get the additional 275 students, right, there's costs with that, there's staffing costs with that, but the net I want to say saving, but the net positive from the additional revenues because of the additional students ongoing is about $2 million after all the costs associating with staffing and everything. Now, not to mention the one-time cost to convert, a middle school, an elementary school into a middle school. Again, the same issue with lockers, with making sure that the classrooms are suitable for middle schools and with all the additional facilities needed for a middle school. So that would be option C. Page 136 in your report pretty much provide a comparison between the different options and the pro and the cons, if you will. For the board. So with that, I would that was my report on the Whitney configuration for the board to consider, and I would turn it back to Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. We will now have public comments.
Thank you, Mr. President. We do have 2 speakers. Our first speaker is Mr. Rick Torres. And Mr. Torres, I'm just going to remind you, we have a new system. So the timer is going to be on the podium, so I'm going to go ahead and press start. Are you ready?
Yep. Not used to having 5 minutes, so
I know.
advantage of it.
Okay, here we go.
Yep. Good evening, board members. My name is Rick Torres. I'm a Whitney High alumni, a proud parent of 2 Whitney 7th graders, and a proud spouse of a current Whitney faculty member. I appreciate you guys setting aside time to discuss the proposed changes to Whitney High School. When weighing the difficult decisions that were in front of the board last year, board member Anishi multiple times stated that all decisions could be reversed. We're being now presented with 3 options, and I believe there should be a 4th option, which is to walk back the decision to convert junior highs into middle schools. We're aware of the serious financial challenges that the district is facing, and we should focus on decisions that provide financial benefits to all. We should not be making significant changes just because the advisory board made suggestions. The consolidation provides no fiscal benefits, and now we're being presented with 3 options that increase unnecessary spending. Option 1 would send students to 3 different schools in 3 years with no benefit to them. Option 2 is far from ideal, as it proposes that we spend $4.5 million when we just finished voting to close 4 schools. And option 3 is the worst of all because it robs the younger students from all the advantages of sharing an amazing campus with the older high school students who do help guide them. And it comes at a very large price tag of $12 million. Option 3 also puts our students at a disadvantage while using them just to raise revenue for the district. Why have we not gotten feedback from teachers and administration for proposed changes? They are an untapped resource who should have a seat at the table. All of this meeting, and if this meeting is an attempt to get feedback from stakeholders, I would say it's inadequate. It's inconvenient at best for people to attend the meetings, and it's inequitable for many people who have other obligations like childcare and work in the evenings. I should actually be at home right now helping my daughter prepare her for her math test tomorrow. But I know from experience these meetings do go very long, and I did want to make sure to have my voice heard. If these changes are being made to help also eliminate combo classes, let's discuss options that do not disrupt all of the sixth graders, teachers, and administrations. If these changes are being made due to concerns of maintaining enough students in each junior high, then we're putting a Band-Aid on a massive open wound. We've all seen the enrollment numbers for each grade, and this is not going to fix the junior high number problem. It's only going to delay the inevitable for a couple years, so let's not waste critical dollars and resources on non-solutions. Let's discuss beneficial actions. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Mr. Andy Say. Thank you, Mr. Say. Are you ready? We're going to press the timer. Okay, begin.
Hello, my name is Andy Shea. I am an alumnus of both Leal Elementary and Whitney High School, and I am a current ABC parent, and I also work for the district as a day-to-day and long-term substitute teacher. But today I'm here representing the Whitney Foundation. I serve as co-chair of the Whitney Foundation, and our foundation is the umbrella organization for all of our PTSA and parent groups, and also our 8,000 alumni and alumni association. So the foundation surveyed our current families, and we also surveyed alumni, and we want to present to you, because you're meeting today, we want to present to you a preliminary sample of the results that we have. So far, as of 5 p.m. today, we have 124 responses from current families and 70 responses from alumni. And we will continue to update the figures as we receive more responses. This paper is a summary of the charts showing the major choices that people had when it comes to what their values and priorities are. We have also collected almost 1,000 pieces of testimony, people sharing their personal experiences about what a difference Whitney High School has made in their lives. And we cannot print all of those out for you today, but we will make those, we will make a digest of those, summarizing the major categories of responses available to the board, both on our website, and we will send it to you electronically after the meeting. I think just to summarize the major points, first of all, if you asked our families and alumni, they would say the overwhelming majority would not have moved sixth grade into middle school. But if you do have to do that for demographic reasons and financial reasons, they would say that we prefer the Whitney be included in that instead of being separated out and having students have to change to 3 different schools in 3 years. The second thing is that when it comes to the trend of how Whitney has a fixed enrollment, but the district's enrollment is declining every year, the effect of that is that Whitney every year becomes a larger and larger proportion of the district students. And our current families and our alumni are concerned that that will lower the selectivity of Whitney High School and dismantle or destroy the very thing that makes Whitney such a strong attraction to the district in the first place. When it comes to whether or not to separate Whitney Middle School from Whitney High School, the overwhelming majority, 56% of current families and 62% of alumni, would like for the middle school and the high school students to stay together. Even if you had to move them to a separate campus, like say Stowers down the street, they would like students to have the option of taking classes at both campuses and continuing that relationship with the teachers at both campuses. And as far as out-of-district students, that's a very controversial topic. On the one hand, we have people saying that, well, we will welcome students if they're held to the same standards. But on the other hand, we're afraid that bringing out-of-district families will change Whitney's culture and add to the competitiveness and the pressure. And finally, we did not see your agenda until the end of Friday, the close of business Friday. And then we are also hearing about the possibility that instead of going to Stowers, that maybe Fedi Middle School could be repurposed to be a Whitney Middle School. And so we feel that these items have not been clearly communicated with the families. And that's why at this time, we don't feel prepared to give a more informed feedback to the board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shea. Mr. President, we have one more speaker, Mrs. Carla Santa Cruz.
Good evening again. I've already said good evening, and so I'll take my 5 minutes, although I really don't need that time because I'm not prepared for a formal presentation like I was in the past, knowing ahead of time of what the different options were that you were going to be considering. I did look at the agenda today, and I looked at the PowerPoint so that I could see the figures, but I'm just shocked and surprised and dismayed that there are not more people giving input because this is such a very huge topic. I can't imagine that the families and the teachers and the students don't have more to say. But nevertheless, without looking at the other configurations that we've talked about in the past, I see that the item has to do with Whitney specifically, and so I just have a few comments. I think that staying with option A, leaving Whitney the way that it is, provides Whitney families to be happy and no cost to the district, no further cost. When I look at option B, I see portables coming in. I see a lot of expense when we've just gone through this very painful process talking about closing schools. And I don't feel that that's an option that the community would support, but I think you need to hear more from the community. I'm giving my personal opinion. I do oppose 6 through 12 being at the same campus. I already mentioned the cost, but as a teacher and as a parent, I think about the pressures that the students already feel when they're going to be invited as 6th graders versus going to 7th graders. There's so many Whitney preparation academies. I can't imagine the pressure on the students. That would be huge. Going back to option A, I understand that there would be movement that would be interrupting the students, that they would have to go to 6th grade at a different school. But I'm sure that there are at least 10 families in the district that would go for that because Whitney is highly desired by some families. And option C, when I looked at the chart, I see that only 10 district students from each grade would be invited to go to Whitney. That just seems so minimal with all the costs that's going to be incurred to go with option C. I do understand the fact that we do want to have more students come into our district, so I do understand the concept of opening it up throughout the district, and I think that that's another issue for others to discuss. When I worked with the magnet schools, I know how difficult it was to be able to advertise to bring in students from outside of the district. But I'm going to repeat that I oppose closing Stowers, who already bring students from outside of the district. There's already a high level of competition of students and families that want the program as it stands. And after you voted to close the schools, then you voted to provide funds for advertising and the freeway signs and things that I had even suggested. So I feel like it's a little bit backwards to look at dismantling some things, increasing cost, not really getting the full benefit, and not honoring the students that we already have. I've repeated myself, I acknowledge that, but I don't see anybody else here. So I'm speaking on behalf of my personal opinion, but I don't think I'm the only one in the district. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe we have one more speaker, Mr. President. Our next speaker is Mr. Ray Gare, and are you ready? It's brand new.
So no sign anymore?
No more.
That was part of the
paddles.
fun of being in the audience,
No, it
just
was
so
not
you know.
fun, Mr.
It was, because then you knew there was tension in the air.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and start it.
Good evening. I'm Ray Gare, President of the ABC Federation of Teachers. You said, take my time. Well, a lot of districts do 6 to 8 middle schools. So, you know, I don't understand the fear of that. We were called middle schools back in the 90s, and there was a decision not to fully implement that. But we've been middle schools in name for a long time. So, you know, we've been thinking about this for 30 years. It's proven that it works. Our 6th grade students are probably more advanced than they were 30 years ago. And it's probably more appropriate for them to be in a different setting. I do agree with one of the earlier speakers that said, you know, the idea of having another school where they still have contact with the same group of kids as a Whitney Middle School, and that they still interact with the same teachers. I'm sure there'll be crossover. You know, that's something that could bring extra revenue to this district. To be brutal, you know, yeah, so what do the teachers think about this? The teachers at this point realize that we are staffed too thin in many, many schools. You know, clearly the committee could have closed another 4 schools, just to be brutally honest. We are in a budget tight situation because we have done the right thing and we spent money in the classrooms with on personnel, and we've stretched that as far as we could as a district, and we have good results. I mean, you look at all the other academics at other schools in other districts, we're still one of the top districts in, I'd say, the state of California, probably in the country, because of the things we do. We do it for students. But there becomes a breaking point. You know, we have great health benefits here, but there's discussion about how do you maintain those when you're spending so much on personnel. And the time has come for us to have discussions about staffing accordingly. We have classrooms that are light, and it's great that we have had the opportunity to have small classrooms to get students through the pandemic and to get them going again. But financially, as a district, if we're going to recruit and retain good teachers, we need to make some hard decisions about closing schools, opening opportunities for more people to come into this district. $2 million is nothing, you know, extra just because we open up opportunities at Whitney. $2 million is a lot of money that could go a long way to help out our school district to pay for other things. The longer we wait, the longer we languish, the more damage to holding on to those good teachers, good classified workers, good administrators, good cabinet members. They will go away. So you need to make some decisions. I understand that, there's there's a lot of pride in what Whitney has been. But as the district morphs, Whitney's going to have to morph too. They are a shining star. Why not spread that shining star? Make it bigger. If it's such an attraction, and it is attraction for people to bring their kids into this district, then let's make it bigger, a bigger attraction. Perhaps it'll increase enrollment in those other schools as they start to think about how they can bring their kids into this district. And there would be, I'm sure, a slotted number of, a certain percentage of those people would actually have their kids in the school. There'd be protection for those that are residents. That'll all be worked out. Let's not be afraid of outside influences or, the boogeyman. Let's focus on kids, focus on being fiscally smart, and looking at ABC morphing over the next few years. Thank you.
Thank you. Did we have any more speakers? Okay. One more speaker, Mr. President. Jonathan, can you say your last name for me?
Shay.
Jonathan Shea, thank you so much. Remember that the 5 minutes are on the iPad.
Yes. All right. Hello, school board. I am doing this on a whim. I decided to do this about 30 seconds ago. However, I need to stress the importance of this because I graduated from Whitney High School last year. I have been particularly affected by the unique student culture that Whitney has to offer, largely due to the fact that it is a 7 through 12 school. And I think the ability for middle schoolers and high schoolers to interact with each other is incredibly important. I'm already collecting testimony from current and former middle schoolers from Whitney because they have all been very positively affected by being able to interact with older students, at least like in a mentor and trainee capacity. Or at least that's the dynamic that they have going on. And I think this having like more unique students, at least being able to mix together like that, it allows for a certain atmosphere that is I would say unique in the sense that everybody is not focused on each other's differences. I am not from Cerritos. I came from a district where I was pretty much the only Asian person in my grade, perhaps the entire school. So when I first came to Whitney, I was very surprised by how well everybody was able to work with each other, even though there is a gigantic melting pot. And that's something that I think needs to be preserved because now obviously here in Cerritos, everybody, there are a lot of people who look like me, but I also noticed that at Whitney, everybody is able to, be themselves. They're able to, younger students are able to confide in older students freely. I don't think there's any bullying issue as far as I've seen, and I think that's wonderful that younger students are able to grow up in that kind of atmosphere because I didn't exactly have that. So I wish for everybody else to have that kind of experience. Thank you.
I think we have one more. Mr. Kevin Yu?
Hi.
Thank you.
Do I need to push anything?
No, I'm going to do it for you.
Okay, thank you. I won't take the full 5 minutes, but thank you so much. My name is Kevin Yu. I am a Whitney alumni, class of 1996. I have kids at Leal, and I also have a 7th grader at Whitney this year. I was not planning on speaking. I'm also part of the Whitney Foundation. I work with Andy. I wasn't planning on speaking tonight, but I wanted to directly respond to the idea that some of us are fearful of the boogeyman. That is not the case. I could not emphasize that anymore. I don't think anybody at Whitney is afraid of, you know, outsiders, quote unquote. I mean, everybody here lives within a 5-mile radius, inside the district or outside. So this idea that people are different and we would be afraid of opening up admissions to outsiders is crazy. What I wanted to focus on is my feedback as a parent and as an alumni. Whitney is part of the ABC family. We're one big school district. If the school district moves to 6 through 8 for middle school, my personal belief is Whitney should do the same. We're no different. We're not special. We're part of the same district. Why should we be different? But my personal opinion also is, like Mr. Torres said, we should not do that. We should stay with 7 through 8. But if the board decides that financially it only makes sense to change to 6 through 8, my personal belief is Whitney should follow. Why should we be any different? We're one family. Okay, so that out of the way, the current exercise, I think, is focused on financial stability, right? The school district needs to be financially stable, which is why we're closing schools and we're talking about reconfiguration. If I look at option A, B, and C, focusing on option C, there's a huge upfront cost. I think it's $12 million. And the net revenue coming in is $2 million. So that's, off the top of your head, that's a 6 to 7 year payback period. It's a big upfront investment and an unknown payback, right? That also, if we look at our survey that Andy distributed, that portion of opening up the school district to outside students elicits the most controversy. So there's a huge financial cost up front, an unknown payback period, and a huge amount of controversy that you have to deal with up front. So if I look at that, I'm not sure if that makes sense, but I'm not in your shoes. Option B, if the district goes to 6 to 8, option B doesn't seem so bad to me. Adding 1 year to Whitney. I'm a Leal parent. The traffic at Leal is crazy in the morning. The traffic at Whitney is nowhere near as bad as Leal. There's a lot more space. There is a lot more capacity to absorb another 170 students. There's plenty of space to add portable classrooms. And that seems to me a reasonable phase 1, let's say, if the school district goes 6 to 8. Obviously doing nothing is our preference. We all like what we already know. Nobody likes change. But if the school district has to move forward and has to go 6 through 8, moving 6th grade to Whitney, in my personal opinion, makes the most sense from an equity perspective because it gives the students the fewest transitions, and it also makes the most financial sense to the district. And nothing precludes the board in the future from deciding to also then split the campus in 2 and invite another 300 students from out of district. Nothing says you can't do that at a later phase. But I don't understand, personally, looking at the numbers, why it makes sense to spend $12 million to do that right now, given that the net payback is only $2 million per year, and 6 and 7 years is a very long time. Plus, it adds the most controversy to any of the proposals, given the feedback we've gotten from 190 different families in the last, I think, 3 days that we've had the survey out. So in conclusion, if the board decides to move 6 through 8, As a parent, as an alumni, I would support Whitney conforming with the district, the rest of the district. We're already different in having a different admissions process. I don't feel that we should be so different to also have different grade levels. It doesn't feel right. We should be part of the same family. So that's my feedback. My apologies, I did use the full 5 minutes. Thank you so much.
We have no more speakers, Mr. President.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Board discussion. Board member, Dr. Rios.
Thank you. Yeah, I struggled to kind of understand what the proposals were, and just to voice my own personal opinion, of course, you know, A would be no change, which of course everybody's comfortable with, and you know, that would have been the options that probably all of us would have been most comfortable with. You know, we had to sit through forums where we had 500 people come out and say, please don't close our schools. Change is hard, change is difficult. We're at a point where we have to do things differently. So that being said, my opinion on option B, I don't like it. I don't think that adding 6th grade to a campus with 12th graders, I don't know how I can support that. I do appreciate that 6th grade is a completely different curriculum, and for that reason, I am in support of, you know, not in support, but you know, a lot of times we have to be willing to compromise, moving them to a middle school campus with 7th and 8th. But yeah, option B for me is not a very good one. Option C, to me, is the option that presents opportunity. We would allow or expand Whitney. I like the idea of a 6, 7, 8. I do support it on a separate campus. It allows us to do something that we've been talking about, which is rebranding, a possibility for one of our middle schools. You mentioned Whitney, and I mean, it's one of the top high schools in the country. And so that's going to follow, that is going to follow those students wherever they go. Bringing in 275 students to me is ideal. I want more information of this $12 million, because if we're bringing in more students, and we're just moving them from one campus to a campus that already exists, I want detailed information about what these $12 million cost, because to me it seems, I'm very curious about that. As well as the $2 million, is that the ADA that we would get from those 275 students? I definitely need more information. I do, again, support the idea of C. And I'm going to be honest that I take offense sometimes to the fact that when we talk about change at Whitney, there is this fear that seems to surface that somehow change means less. And, you know, it kind of reminds me of when this board went from at-large to by area. There was this incredible fear that, you know, here was ABC, this amazing district that all of a sudden was going to bring in board members from different areas, and somehow that was going to lessen the status of ABC. And here we are. I think, if anything, we've elevated the status of ABC with our diversity. So I think rebranding, considering change, is a good thing. There is brilliant, and you know, Whitney's known for the top students in our district. They exist in all of our schools. You know, I think our elementaries kind of don't like that they get put at Whitney, because they like, you know, them to see, they would like to keep that, I want to say, I'm going to use the word brilliance, at their school. But at the same time, it's nice to have a place where that sense of academic commitment and, you know, gets celebrated and gets to be shared with students. But again, just kind of wanted to highlight that change does not mean less. It actually usually adds to the greatness. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Board Member Nishi.
I didn't think I'd be second, but so I'm thinking that I agree with Dr. Rios that change is inevitable. We have got to address the biggest, most draw that we have in our district, which is Whitney. But just because it changes to be more inclusive of other more people doesn't mean it becomes less strong. Maybe it becomes stronger. Now my daughter went to Whitney, and there's only like 3 language classes. You can take Chinese, Spanish, and Japanese. Not like a full service high school like Cerritos, where you can take Korean, Tagalog, I don't know, French, I don't know. But I mean, there's a lot more choices, and I just remember that she had these choices that math. If you're not doing great at this level, then there aren't a heck of a lot of choices. You are kind of stuck, or you're going to get out of the school, one or the other. The lack of students can be a strength, but it's also a weakness. I think that sometimes we need to have some economies of scale to enable us to integrate more people to come in. I don't think Whitney's about just selectivity. It's about transporting our advantages to the other parts of the district, right? It's not just about this school is a bunch of one specific service that we're going to provide to one group, but the advantages of Whitney should go over to Betty. It should go over to the other schools that we have out there and have these kids, like for example at Troy, I remember they have the one group where they are tested in, and you have the other students that are part of the same campus. And I think it elevates the whole campus that you have the selected group and a general group that's there. I don't think it hurts anything. So based upon my daughter's experience, not my experience, she also didn't, when she has her friends, she integrates with the friends that are her cohort, or their age cohort. She doesn't go to like the 12th graders if she was in 7th grade. I don't know that interaction, I'm sure it's there with some, and some of the teacher interactions are going to be there and are important, but also being able to be with your grade level is sometimes advantageous and I think is part of it. So option A is obviously the easiest option. Everybody would be okay with that, but I don't think it recognizes that we have a great thing. Board Member Mendoza had an idea, why don't we use it to bring in kids to our elementary schools? And so if we're going to allow out-of-district kids, not in excess of the ratio, but maybe in the same ratio that other kids would have to be competitive in our schools. So I think it's good to have growth. I have a question about this potential net revenue of $2 million annually, though, because I'm just trying to do the math here. 275 kids. How much did you calculate based upon the kids, our ADA?
Thank you for the question. So I'll address both the 12 million and
I
the
should
2
have asked in
million.
advance, but yeah.
So no, this and really thank you for giving me a chance to clarify the numbers. So let's address the ongoing additional potential revenue first, right? So if you're bringing in 275 students from outside that you don't have right now, with about 15,000 per student, depends on what
15,000.
number you want to use, that will bring in about $4.1 million in top line revenues, right? So there's cost with it. With 275 students, let's say 10 teachers. Can be a little bit less, but let's just use 27.5, 10 teachers. So that's 1.5 million in costs, right? And then you add extra support, about another $500,000. So that's 2 million in costs.
Okay.
So that's very simple. I did it in a spreadsheet. I just don't have it in here. But as you can see, right, 275 times 15,000, that's your revenue. This is your cost. The direct cost would be the teacher cost, right? And then you can add in, maybe you need, there's $500,000 for additional support. You may not.
But teachers are 85% of the cost.
Correct.
That's the big one.
So usually, the ratio is that. So that's 2 million. So I hope that answered the question, right?
It does answer the question.
Right.
Thank you.
So the 12 million, thank you for the question. Because if you were to move the middle school into a school that's been renovated already, it won't be that much. So we are hypothetically, and this is hypothetically, if we were to move Whitney Middle School under option C to Stowers, just again, hypothetically, I want to make sure it just we have not renovated Stowers. So it would have to be renovated if it were to stay open, right? There's $6 million in Measure BB funds set aside to renovate Stowers. We spent some of that, but there should be about $5.5 million left. That would have been normally renovated anyway. So the true increase in cost of converting an elementary school, again, like Stowers, had it been renovated into middle school, adding lockers and another grade level, would be about $4.5 million, just like the other option. So you know, in this case, we want to be conservative and add $6 million. That's how you get the $12 million. But the true facility cost would be $6 million. Very similar, a little bit more than the option B, but the reason is 12 because you are moving into a school that has not been renovated under Measure BB. Had that school been, again, I'm going to use an example of a school has been renovated like BRAC, it will not be that because the classrooms have been renovated. So that is the timing of it just happened to work out that you're moving into a school that have unused Measure BB fund designated for that school that would have been renovated anyway should the board not to consolidate the school. So that's
So is
what
it
the
12
dollar
or
comes
is
up.
it 6?
It's
An
still
additional
12,
money.
but it's just the true cost would be the additional 6.
Actually 6.
Yes.
Is 6.
Yeah. So that it was kind of challenging to try and explain it in here, but if we so that's why
No,
I said thank you
I
for the
got it.
question. Is give me a chance to explain it. It's easier for me to explain it than sometime. So
That helps.
you
Thank
could have
you.
yeah.
So I mean, I'm looking at that going,
Yeah.
well, 2 million. If 2 million is a real number, because I was wondering if that was a real number, because $4 million and half of it is profit. That's pretty amazing. And I hate to say it like profit, but I mean that's what it is. You pay back a 30-year asset in 3 years. That never happens. That almost never happens. That's like adding a whole building almost, right? To the district and paying it off in 3 years. I can't pay off my house in 3 years. All right, thank you, Tuan.
So,
I think option 3 is. Here's another question. So what if we have an existing middle school? Does the numbers change significantly?
So if you have an existing middle school that's been renovated already, which all of our middle school have,
Yeah.
the additional cost would be adding 6th grade to that, just like what we were addressing at the middle school. Lockers, because all of our middle school have the capacity, so you don't need additional classroom, but it just, the lockers is the issue for 6th grade to middle school. Depends on how, on the instructional side, we're going to do PE at the middle school, whether they need to change out their clothes or not. So the program side will drive the facility needs, and the facility will support the instructional side, just like our school.
But you'd have to have a school that would fit the existing students and the 600 new students at middle school.
Correct.
That's could be a lot of kids.
Correct. So, like I said, all of our current middle schools with the reconfiguration and moving the 6th grade to them, all have capacity. So you don't need additional classrooms, but you would need, auxiliary facility like lockers.
So it wouldn't be $12 million
For
if we move to a middle school.
Correct. It'll be less.
How much less do you think? Like half?
It would be under option B, like $4.5 million. Yeah. Because if you move to the school that's renovated already, you just need auxiliary and maybe potentially additional classroom. But again, all of our middle school, because of the 6th grade moving to them, will not be able to accommodate another 600 students. None of our middle school will.
Okay, none of our middle schools would accommodate another 600 kids.
Correct. That would make them 1,200. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So then that's not feasible.
Correct. Not at a middle school.
Not in middle school. Okay. All right.
Mhm.
Thank you for making that clear.
Yes.
All right, thank you, Board Member Nishi. Board Member Yu.
Thank you, President Noyola. So the main purpose and the goal of this whole movement is to address the declining enrollment. I'm sorry, I have a little bit of asthma because of the weather. So we want to address the declining enrollment and the deficit, right? So that's why, I mean, no change, and that would be comfortable for everybody. So, you know, this is uncomfortable for everybody. It's not an easy decision, and that's why, you know, the declining enrollment started like 10 years ago, not just like a few years ago, but it's 10 years ago. And it's not just our district, but entire California, many factors. I won't go into that. And it was very necessary to come to certain decision before we started using the BB bond money, because you're all stakeholders, and using the BB bond money to renovate schools that can potentially be consolidated is not the wise thing to do. So that's why we are where we're at. But I appreciate the comments tonight from some of the Whitney Foundation members. That's very critical. And I understand that the 7th grade to 12th grade, there's a very special element. I understand. I've been hearing it from many people, and your personal experience, the mentoring, and just the relationships that you form and you learn, and the challenges and so forth, right? And we want to keep that as much as possible. And I know that someone, you know, mentioned about if the two campuses are in proximity is close enough, you know, something like that can be sustained. And so we're still in the discussion stage, and we've come to this creative plan, and we can continue to roll out. But with option A, B, C, I won't go into too much detail, but yeah, the option A, to go from one school to another school, that just doesn't make sense, right? And then for option B, that, you know, to add the modular, that is just not really a long term. So I would have to support the option C, because this makes most sense in terms of long term, because our district is also in competition with other districts. Like I get flyers from Buena Park, you know, different districts, because everybody is now competing, and we're just at that point where we want to promote our magnet program. Like tonight's Gar High School baseball team, I didn't know baseball team was so strong. To get recruited and sign off with the, you know, universities, that's a big deal. That's going to attract some of these baseball players, because you have to start really young, and Gar High School will attract some parents to come to our school. So for that reason, we want to strengthen Whitney, and we want to strengthen the rest of the district. And so it's not just one school, but we're all one unified district. That is the beauty of our district, because we can collaborate. There's a lot we can do. We can roll out many magnet programs and so forth. So that, and another one very important factor is that with all the IT and AI technology advancing, and the future, many jobs will be in that field. Strengthening math and having a math pathway that stands out from other districts is very important. And many parents are very savvy. They talk to each other, and there's so many online programs. Like Stanford have an online program. It's K through 12. So if we have students and parents who's willing to go that extra mile, and there are students who are gifted, and a 7th grader can start with geometry, or 8th grade, you're already taking Algebra 2. There's no middle school that offer those pathway. But if a middle school, Whitney, allows that kind of pathway, and we make it happen so that the students and parents have choices, and we attract, gifted students and parents, and the students are already finished with calculus BC by 10th grade. They're taking college calculus by 11th grade, and this is happening in the Asian countries already. So we want to be at that level too, but you can't really offer those classes with 100. Currently, we have 175 10th graders, 175 11th graders. With that class size, I want to ask Dr. Castro, there is a limit of how many AP classes, AP math and science classes that a school can offer. And this option C will allow our district to be creative and strengthen Whitney so that can be attractive. And students from neighboring district, parents, they're searching for high schools and they test out, we're going to attract best of the best. And of course, we can argue that we want to give more space for our students inside the district, which I'm not against, but we don't want to do too much because then how about other high schools? We have to have a balance. So that's my thoughts. And Dr. Castro, can you comment on kind of with the class size and the classes that we can offer? What's the relationship?
Yeah, certainly. Obviously, a smaller school site with less enrollment, it is difficult to diversify the offerings because there's not enough students to then go into the various pathways. So we are limited by the number of students at a particular school. And also, we are looking towards a math adoption soon, adjusting math pathways. So the timeline for that kind of coincides with some of these changes. And so it would be ideal for all that to kind of come together at the same time. So in terms of timeline to making some of these changes, all of this could coincide to support expanding pathway options and to support the implementation of sixth grade at our middle schools and at Whitney.
Thank you very much. That is all.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate all the public comments on this informational item because there's some things that I didn't think about. One of the things that I didn't think about is our traffic flow. Our elementary schools, if you've been around during the morning or the afternoon, you know what it's like. So that was something I hadn't thought about. And I do appreciate that, we are changing. We are evolving as a district. My biggest concern is expenses. So I'm looking at 12 million. We're closing 2 schools this year. Is there some way? I'm looking at option B, and maybe Mr. Nguyen, you can help me with this. I'm looking at option B, where Whitney stays sixth grade to 12th grade. And I'm looking over here where it says there's going to be 165 students coming into Whitney. As it reads right now, these 165 students would be ABC students only, just the way we have the policy right now.
That is correct.
Could we have an option where of those 165 students, we open that up to out-of-district students so that we're not spending all of the money, but we're still getting some revenue from students coming in at 6th grade? Can I have that as an option in our next agenda item?
Yes, ma'am. The board may have.
Okay,
that.
thank you,
It just
Mr. President.
depends
That's
on the
it.
numbers. We can have.
Can you
within
do
the ones-
multiple, like if we have 30
25,
students from
50.
out of the district? Just because I think if we can come to a compromise where we know we need to change, we need to do something different, but we're not spending all of this $12 million. We're spending $5 million, but we're still getting revenue from students who are out of the district. And I think that's a great way to promote ourselves and say, hey, you come to our elementary schools, you can also go to Whitney also. So if you could provide that information.
Certainly.
Thank you
yes.
so much. That's it, Mr. President.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Board Member McCann.
Yes, I have a question, Tuan. Looking at option C, going from taking an elementary school and making it a middle school, and you mentioned one of the major costs is having lockers. Is it really that expensive? Is that a major cost?
It's a cost, but it's not a major cost. Like I have said, part of the reason is because that elementary school has not been renovated. So we would normally, under Measure B, spend about $6 million anyway at the school the example that was given is Stowers. Again, I was using that as an example, not. So the additional cost, like I said, is about $5-6 million. Locker is one of them, but just bringing them, bringing a facility, they configure differently, middle school and elementary school. So we have to make sure they have, if there's need for science or different labs, not the bulk of the cost would be renovating the existing classroom and adding, additional classroom to make it become a middle school similar or comparable to the other middle schools that we have.
Because I was going to say, as far as the lockers, I don't even think that they're a major issue. I don't even think schools want lockers anymore.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's just so much
Yeah.
on the internet already that,
Yeah.
Why would you need to spend the money on the lockers? But now you're explaining that it's
Yeah.
not just lockers. There's
Yeah.
a lot of other things like.
It's the renovation of the classroom itself is the bulk of the cost. And I want to make sure I clarify this. So there's lockers. I'm talking about locker for physical education and that facility, not the lockers for the textbooks. I believe we don't use lockers for the textbook at the middle school anymore. Depends on the school, but I don't believe I think we start moving away from that. So some schools do and some don't, but depends on the school. But I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I clarify that. It's more for physical education and changing and the PE lockers.
Yeah, I was thinking that. Thank
Yeah,
you for
sorry.
clarifying that.
And thank you.
Board Member Nishi.
I'll be really quick. So respectfully, I like the idea of spending less money because money is very in short supply. But option C actually has a possible payback in literally 3 years because we're already spending. It's not $12 million. It's the $6 million in addition that we would have, and then every year we would have $2 million more in revenue to pay for other things that we would potentially need. So, that's a good idea. I understand the $4.5 million, but I don't know that we could fit everyone onto just one campus with the idea of accepting additional middle school students, out of district kids. I don't know that it would cost just $4.5 million. It might cost more because we'd have to build. We would actually have to build more, right?
So it depends if what I'm hearing from Board Clerk Mendoza is that instead of taking 165 students, if we were to do 6 to 12 at Whitney, and that 165 not come from resident students, but a combination of residents and outside students, it's still 165 because you're not increasing. Otherwise, you have to increase at every level, right? Once they move across, move down the grade, you would have to increase at every and make it a lot larger. Then you would need more classrooms, obviously.
But
But
it sounds
what
like
I'm-
less residents, though. I
Yes.
don't know that the residents would like that, right? Yeah, the residents would hate that option. To have less residents get a chance to go to Whitney Middle School, that would be, I mean, the Whitney alumni are really important, but I think that is one issue where the residents, all of them, will be upset if we have less residents. So respectfully, do you still want, is that what you intend to have in terms of option B, to have less residents?
Board Member Nishi will continue
Okay,
the flow.
I just wanted to ask though,
Thank you.
because I think option C is the way.
Okay, thank you, Nishi. Board Member Nishi, are you finished? Board Vice President Yokoyama Bui.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the report. I appreciate also this being an informational item. I've appreciated hearing from the public and from my fellow board members. This reconfiguration, I believe, as you indicated, was proposed or was mentioned by the consultant, a few months ago. And I recall many Whitney alumni, Whitney students Whitney teachers, Whitney community members not wanting to see the school separated. While I tend to agree that the 6th through 12 model, and I believe we brought this up before, I might have stated, I myself with a 5th grader feel slightly uncomfortable with a 6th through 8th move. I understand that unlike, or unlike a lot of districts where this happens. So I understand that while we may be uncomfortable and not feel like certain things are what we would do, our world right now in our district is not perfect, and we do have to make changes that we have already voted on. Now, with that said, I'm not agreeable to option A. I am headed in the direction of option B, and I do like the creativity of Board Member Mendoza's consideration, only because, and I couldn't quite figure out why option C, aside from me understanding the 7th through 12 community is very strong at Whitney. There's a united group, and I don't know how they do it, but they all, I guess, like-minded people, they tend to just meld well together. So I'm not entirely concerned about the 6 through 12 model on one campus, but there was some concern about the financial upfront costs. And with us doing what we've done recently in order to save money, putting money up front, when Whitney has succeeded for half a century, top of the state, doing everything they do. Our kids keep on proving us across the district, but at Whitney particular, because that's what we're talking about, continue to impress us every year. And to reconfigure and move to option C, we don't know if that will change the model that we have, that other districts have modeled their schools after. So I'm not at this time, and that's why I appreciate this as an informational item. I'm not at this time entirely convinced that option C is the right option for Whitney. It's a very special program, again, in place for, I guess, what, since 1976. So I don't want to use the word afraid, because, you know, I think we're all afraid of certain things. I'm just not entirely convinced right now for option C. So with that said, option B feels safe. I don't like the expense. I would like to consider having some way we could get some income with an option B model, but I also know that school is very tiny. It was tiny when I went there, and it's still small. So, so those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Vice President Yokoyama Bui. Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to respond to Board Member Nishi. So if I'm looking at option C, and we say grade 6 permit students, there's 25 students coming in if we were to do option C. So we're still going to have students coming from outside of the district. I'm just asking if 165 students, and it doesn't have to be 25, if Mr. Nguyen can provide us with revenue options for 10 students, for 20 students. I think Whitney is an amazing school, and I think any students there, they would embrace them. I think we're still going to follow the same policy where they have to test in. We're going to make sure that they are, this is the right school for them. I think making assumptions that our Whitney family is going to be upset, I look at them different from hearing from our family, our public comments. I think this district is about diversity. It's about inclusion. So I'd like to see the positive, and I agree that spending $12 million when we're closing 2 schools, for me, I can't go that far. If there's a way to meet in the middle, that would be a great option. And I think if Nguyen provides that information for us, it's an information item. We're going to have this discussion again. I'm absolutely sure that next meeting, when this comes up as agendized, we're going to have more public comments where we could get more information from our community. But I don't want to put Whitney's community or just to say like they're going to be upset with us. I mean, I think the understanding is that our district is changing. We have to make decisions. I think everyone was campaigning on that when we were closing schools. We have to do this, we have to do this. So now it's come to Whitney's turn, and I think it was a great example of like, they're part of our community, they're part of our district. Let's ask them to go on this new journey with us where we have to make some changes. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Board Member Dr. Rios.
I just want to add to the requests that were made earlier. Like I heard, it wouldn't work at Stowers, it wouldn't work at Fetty, so some potential scenarios of where would it work at, because I mean those are the only two schools I thought of. So this $12 million cost, like, give us some hypotheticals, please.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Board Member McCann.
I'm concerned about option B and the space available at Whitney. A few years ago, I subbed there, and I honestly don't know where the 6 additional modular classrooms would go. It seems like it would be very crowded. Can you provide us maybe next time with a map of how that would look? Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member McCann. Board Member Yu.
Question. Modular classrooms would be bungalows, right? Aren't they kind of temporary?
A modular classroom can be
Yeah.
permanent. We just built modular classroom at Cerritos High School, the new science classrooms, and they will last 40 years.
Okay. Okay. And another factor is, and you mentioned about the facility, because the bond money is allocated to the infrastructure. So investing in a building that looks good, stable, and last long time, and if we can roll out this plan using the bond money, so we'd end up using equal or less than option B. That's just a fact, right? Yeah. Just wanted to point that out. And then I think the proximity is important for two schools to keep the dynamic, continue the dynamic between the two schools. Yeah.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Seeing no other board discussion, I would just like to thank the board for having this conversation, and it sounds like we're all in agreement that we're looking for change. So a lot of us have given our direction to staff to come back with options, come back with some proposals so we can move forward with the community to try to make this decision. So with that being said, I think we have our work moving forward. Thank you. Can I have a motion to extend the meeting to 12?
Tatiana moves.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Action items. May I have a motion to approve community member and student appointments to Board Advisory Committee?
Mendoza, second Mendoza.
Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. So today I bring forward to you Dr. Veronica Bloomfield to be appointed to the Diversity, Unity, and Equity as my appointee. You actually met her at the last board meeting. She was part of the Artesia Historical Society, and so she has graciously agreed. And so just to give you some more information about her, she is actually Dr. Bloomfield. I didn't know that. She has a PhD in education. She has her Master's of Arts in Cultural Studies. She is a former coordinator of equity at Linwood Unified School District. She is a former teacher, former literacy specialist with LACO, and she's currently an educational consultant with the Lighthouse Educational Consulting Group. Some of the organizations that she's part of is, you heard her, the Artesia Historical Society, Friends of the Artesia Library. She's part of AERA, which is the American Education Research Association. She's also a member and the chair of the Arts Committee for the Artesia Cerritos Women's Club. She's been a guest speaker. She also a part of promoting books and reading. And if you want to take a look at it, the website is www.thisbookmatters.com. So I ask that you all please give her a yes vote, because I think I've had a little bit of trouble getting people to my committees, but I think in my mind I'm waiting for the right one. And so I think Dr. Bloomfield would be a great asset to the Diversity, Unity, and Equity Committee.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Are there any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Thank you. Are there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0. Congratulations, Dr. Bloomfield.
Thank you.
Item 13A, may I have a motion to adopt Resolution 2514, acknowledging January 13th, 2026 as Korean American Day in recognition of many contributions made by Korean Americans.
So move, Sue.
Second, Mendoza.
Dr. Zilo.
Thank you. This evening, we're going to share with you some of the resources and items that we shared with our schools for their celebration of Korean American Day. Last week, I was at a school and they were having a wonderful time at recess, learning and understanding a culture different than their own. And so with us is Ms. Marlise Harris to share a little bit about that, and then I thought we could read the resolution together.
Good evening again. Yes, so I am happy to present to you all about Korean American Day. And I had the distinct pleasure of hearing from Dr. Huh, who shared some of her favorite food and snacks with us last week. So we got to try a little bit of the kimbap, which I personally thought was delicious, as well as some of the turtle chips that she shared with us, and also something that was referred to as medicine rice, but it didn't taste like medicine, yaksik, which was a yummy dessert. So I'm happy to just kind of speak with you all today about Korean American Day, which is honored and celebrated every January 13th. And as you all already mentioned, which commemorates and recognizes the first arrival of the Korean immigrants to the U.S. in 1903. And if we take a look at the timeline, so looking back at 1903, which was the immigration wave, to 1952, where the act was passed, 1992, looking at the first Korean American congressman, and then 2005, where Korean American Day was established by George W. Bush. It shows the progression and the timeline. So luckily we're able to honor, recognize, and celebrate Korean American Day today. And we took a look into the Korean American students that helped to make up ABC. So looking at all of our students within ABC, our Korean American students make up 5.5% of those students. And of course, it's important that we share out resources, both elementary and secondary resources, just to provide our teachers with some additional information to looking at food, the art, the culture, different lessons to share. And we sent those out last week as well, so that our teachers had these resources to share with their students. We got some great feedback from some of the admin team, thanking us for the resources, and some of their teachers were able to share the stories and the videos with their students on that day. So we thought that that was amazing, an opportunity for us to celebrate again the contributions of our Korean Americans. And so that, sorry. along with the video resources, we've also curated some lessons. So divided into different age groups and looking at the different lesson topics, the resources really dug deep into some of the contributions from Korean Americans. And again, the feedback was great, where the teachers were able to actually use these resources in the classrooms and found the resources very helpful. And that is all. Thank you so much.
Thank you. So I was thinking we could just begin and go through and read. Miss Yu, would you like to start? And maybe you read the first two for us, and then
My
Miss
pleasure.
Mendoza read two, and then we can kind of go down the row with one, I think, from there.
Okay. Whereas on January 13, 1903, the history of Korean immigration to America began when 102 courageous Korean adults and children landed in the state of Hawaii after venturing across the vast Pacific Ocean aboard the SS Gaelic. And whereas the hopes of these Korean immigrants for America, the land of opportunity, were quickly hindered by social, economic, and language barriers of unforeseen magnitude.
And whereas these Korean immigrants did not falter in their pursuit of the American dream, through perseverance and sacrifice, they established a new home in a new land and educated their children. And whereas between 1904 and 1907, approximately 1,000 Korean Americans entered the United States mainland from the state of Hawaii through San Francisco, where the first Korean American political organizations and Korean language publications were established. And
Whereas, while the first Korean immigrants to the United States fought and sacrificed to establish themselves, their children grew up to be patriotic citizens, many of whom went on to serve in the armed forces of the United States during World War II and to make other important contributions to mainstream American society. And
Whereas the 1965 Amendment to the Federal Immigration and Nationality Act, Public Law 89-236, opened doors for a new wave of Korean immigrants to enter the United States. Since its enactment, Korean Americans have become one of the fastest growing groups of Asian Americans in the United States. In 1960, approximately 25,000 people of Korean ancestry lived in the United States, but by 1970, that number had increased to 69,130. By the 1980, the number of people of Korean ancestry living in the United States had increased over fivefold to 354,593. And by 1990, the number more than doubled, increasing to 798,849. In 2010, it was estimated that 1,706,822 people with Korean ancestry lived in the United States, representing more than a 67-fold increase since 1960. And
Whereas with diligence, fortitude, and an enduring belief in the American dream, Korean immigrants have helped to turn emergent areas within the state of California into thriving communities while raising their children to be productive Korean Americans. And
Whereas Korean Americans have become an integral part of mainstream American society and have made important contributions as Californians in the fields of finance, technology, law, medicine, education, sports, media, the arts, the military, and government, as well as other areas. And
Whereas, as the Korean American community prepares for a new era and creates new history, Korean Americans instill in younger generations an appreciation for the courage and values of their forefathers, a deep sense of their roots, and pride in their own cultural heritage so that they may better contribute to a great state of California, which is rich with ethnic, cultural diversity and cuisine. And whereas in the ABC Unified School District, 5.5% of the student population identify as Korean Americans. And whereas the Board of Education is requested to adopt Resolution 25-14, acknowledging January 13th, 2027 as Korean American Day in recognition of the many contributions made by Korean Americans.
approved and adopted this 20th day of January 2026 by the Board of Education of the ABC Unified School District. All those in favor, please say aye. Motion passes 7-0. Item 1.48, may I have a motion to adopt Resolution 25-15, acknowledging the month of January 2026 School Board Recognition Month?
Tatiana moves.
Second, Mendoza.
Dr. Zilo?
Thank you. In honor of School Board Recognition Month, I will read our resolution in regard to the service and just support that a school board provides for a school district. So it says, whereas an excellent public school system is vital to the quality of life for all California citizens and communities, and whereas our Board of Education continues to ensure our children's academic, social, emotional, physical, and mental health needs are met, and whereas our Board of Education continues to advocate to best serve the children in our community each and every day, and whereas our Board of Education is committed to children and believe that all children can be successful learners and that the best education is tailored to the individual needs of the child, and whereas our Board of Education works closely with parents, educational professionals, and other community members to create the healthiest environments possible where all students can thrive, and whereas our Board of Education is responsible for building and maintaining the structures that provide a solid foundation for our school system, and whereas our Board of Education is a strong advocate for public education and is responsible for communicating the needs of the school district to the public and the public's expectations to the district, and whereas the mission of public schools is to meet the diverse educational needs of all children and to empower them to become competent, productive contributors to a democratic society and an ever-changing world is more poignant than ever before. Therefore, I, Dr. Gina Zietlow, do hereby declare my appreciation to the members of the Board of Education and proclaim on the 20th day of January 2006 as School Board Recognition Month in California, Los Angeles County, Cerritos, and ABC Unified. And I urge all community members to join me in recognizing the dedication and hard work of our Board of Education members and in working with them to create an education system that meets the needs of our children.
Thank you, Dr. Zilo. Is there any public comment?
There are none, Mr. President.
Thank you. All those in favor, please say aye.
I have a comment. I have a comment, Mr. President. It's okay. I just wanted to say thank you to all my colleagues. Coming back on the board, it's sometimes it's a job that sometimes we don't get appreciated. Maybe, not the thank yous, but I know the work that we do here is for our students. So I want to thank you for always working together no matter what the circumstances are. And just know that I appreciate my fellow board members. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Item 1.5A, may I have a motion to adopt Resolution 25-16, acknowledging February 2026 as Black History Month by honoring and deepening our knowledge of history and contributions of Black Americans and people of African descent?
Tatiana motions.
Second. Mendoza.
Dr. Zilo?
Thank you. So in preparation for Black History Month, we're having our resolution and everything prepared ahead because our meeting won't hit at the front of the month. But if we could read the resolution and maybe everyone just take 2 lines. Can we start with you, Ms. Patton?
Whereas Africans were forcibly brought to American shores to be enslaved as early as the 17th century, and whereas Black Americans have subsequently faced systemic injustices of lynch mobs, segregation, racist attacks, discrimination such as redlining, and denial of basic fundamental rights, and
Whereas, in spite of these injustices, many of which continue to exist today, Black Americans have made significant contributions to the economic, educational, political, artistic, literary, scientific, and technological advancements of the United States. And whereas National African American History Month, also known as Black History Month, had its origins in 1915 when historian and author Dr. Carter G. Woodson founded the Association for the Study of the Negro Life and History, and
Whereas Black History Month in February celebrates the contributions that Black Americans have made to American history in their struggles for freedom and equality and deepens our understanding of our nation's history. And whereas Presidents Ford, Carter, Reagan, Clinton, Bush, Obama, Biden, and Trump have issued presidential messages and proclamations recognizing the significance of National African American History Month by urging all Americans to recognize the important contributions made by African Americans to American life and culture. And
whereas the United States Congress has similarly passed laws and adopted resolutions since 1986 to recognize the significance and contributions made by Black Americans, and whereas the Library of Congress, National Archives and Record Administration, National Endowment for the Humanities, National Gallery of Art, National Park Service, Smithsonian Institution of United States, Holocaust Memorial Museum join in paying tribute to the generations of African Americans who struggled with adversity to achieve full citizenship in American society. And
whereas Black History Month is a time for us to continue our collective journey of honoring and deepening our knowledge of the history and contributions of Black Americans and people of African descent that have been marginalized from mainstream curricula and discussions because of our country's legacy of slavery and institutional and structural racism. And whereas the ABC Unified School District is committed to valuing diversity and believes deeply that equity, respect, and justice are central to the character of who we are, to the health of our democracy, and to the well-being of our world. And
whereas at ABC Unified School District, it is our hope that during this month of recognition and celebration of Black Americans and their contributions made to this country, that we will help to disrupt manifestations of anti-Blackness sentiments in our communities and in our schools. And now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Education of the ABC Unified School District celebrates Black History Month in the month of February 2026, passed and adopted this 20th day of January 2026 by the Board of Education of the ABC Unified School District.
thank you. Are there any public comments?
there are none, Mr. President.
Are there any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 7-0 or 6-0. May I have a motion to approve the request to submit an application to establish registered pre-apprenticeship through the State of California's Department of Industrial Relations Division of Apprenticeship Standards for implementation of ABC Unified School District beginning 2026-2027 school year.
second, Tatiana.
Dr. Castro.
Thank you, President Noyola. Again, this is an application for us to establish these options for our students. It's exciting that the state of California is recognizing not only the importance of college and career experiences within the school, but also experiences where they can actually have internships or pre-apprenticeships with some of our valued community members. So we are applying for a grant to help us with this.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Is there any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Is there any board discussion? Seeing none, please note that during the Student Board Representative Committee meeting, a preferential yes vote was cast for this item without any additional comments. If there is no other discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 3.17A, may I have a motion to approve request to enter into a linkage agreement with Southern California Sheet Metal Joint Apprenticeship and Training Committee, JATC, to establish a formal registered California pre-apprenticeship program for the 2026-2027 school year.
Second, Mendoza.
Dr. Castro.
Again, this continues our efforts to expand our resources for our students. With this, they, as you can see from the item, they have access to industry standard training and curriculum, priority registration for up to 10 students in the apprenticeship program, access to industry awareness workshops, and access to hands-on training and a simulated lab experience.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Board member, you?
Yes. This apprenticeship is where does it take place? Location.
There are a variety of locations. Some of these will actually occur after school because we will be offering them on site, especially if they have simulated lab experiences.
I see. Wow, this is good news. I'm so glad to see this. I'd love to visit one of them, a couple of them, yeah.
Any other board discussion? Seeing none, please note that during the Student Board Representative Committee, a preferential yes vote was cast for this item without any additional comment. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 3.18A, may I have a motion to approve request to enter a memorandum of understanding with National Education Opportunity Network, NEON, for the 2026-2027 school year?
Second Mendoza.
Dr. Castro.
I'd like to introduce this really exciting program. In being part of this National Education Opportunity Network, our students at Artesia and Gar High School will have access to college courses from universities that include Stanford, Howard, Georgetown, Harvard, Dartmouth, just to name a few. So these would be virtual online courses taught by these college professors, and on their transcript, they would receive a transcript from these schools with those dual enrollment courses. We, of course, looking to offer courses that we typically would not offer in ABC. They include some of our AI. I know earlier someone spoke about expanding AI. There are AI offerings through this because, of course, our universities are more advanced than us in terms of up-to-date information regarding some of those AI offerings, and as well as some of our other typical offerings as well. So this is really exciting for us, and I appreciate your support with this action item.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Any public comments? Clerk Mendoza.
Oh, I'm sorry. There are none, Mr. President.
Thank you,
It's
Clerk.
getting late.
I understand. Any board discussion? Board Member McCann.
Yeah, just a question. Okay, so it's $30,000 approximate cost. Will it cost the students anything?
No, it's completely free to our students. So that's the even more exciting part.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member McCann. At a future time, would it be possible to have these 60 courses available? And I'm noticing that we will be beginning in the 2025-2026 school year. Is that something that we'll be beginning in the future semesters?
We're looking to actually start within summer school programming if
Okay.
possible. We will try to offer in the spring a limited amount of courses, but I think in order to make sure this is successful in our recruitment efforts, most likely summer would be the projected date.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. If there's no other board discussion, I have all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 3.19A, may I have a motion to approve request to enter a memorandum of understanding MOU with Vital Link Education Business Consortium to collaborate on the planning, coordination, and execution of the 2026 ABCUSD Science, Technology, Engineering, and Mathematics STEM Fest, a one-day event to be held on March 21st, 2026, with morning and afternoon groups for up to 500 students in grades 4th through 9th at Cerritos High School.
Second Mendoza.
Dr. Castro.
Thank you. Again, as we continue to evolve and improve our programs, this is an opportunity to expand experiences for STEM for our students, evolving our STEM Olympics into STEM Fest for, as you can see, up to 500 students, which is an extension, a larger group of students. We want to make sure that we meet our goals for LCAP Goal 1.6 by doing this item and expanding the opportunities for all of our students, particularly our homeless, English learners, and low-income students in the district.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion?
She answered my question.
Perfect. Thank you. If there's none, please note that during the Student Board Representative Committee, a preferential yes vote was cast for this item without any additional comments. If none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 3.20A, may I have a motion to approve request to enter into a memorandum of understanding with the Western States Regional Council of Carpenters and the ABC Unified School District to establish a former registered California pre-apprenticeship through a linkish agreement for the 2025-2027 school years.
So move Mendoza.
Second McCatton.
Dr. Castro.
Again, in line with some of our other items, this again provides a pre-apprenticeship programs, particularly for those at Artesia and Gar High School in our stage and event technology programs.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Board member, you.
I was just going to say, Dr. Castro, I'm just shocked because like I've been crying out about like internships and apprenticeship and just opportunity for our students. And here it is. It's just all rolled out tonight. And I mean, this is a good news for our students, really. This just gives the kids opportunity because not everybody have to go into college. You know, some of the kids get a job for a few years and then you can go to college. But what an opportunity. Thank you so much. You made my evening.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Board Member Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to echo my colleague here that, yes, staff has been very busy, but these are the ones we like to approve because it's all for our students, right? I just want to point out the impact is none, zero. I like that kind. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. If no other board discussion, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 3.21A, may I have a motion to approve request to add the following new professional internship courses series to expand the work-based learning opportunities for both career technical education, CTE, and non-CTE ABCUSD high school students for the 2026-2027 school year. Professional internship CTE Design, Visual, and Media Arts, Professional internship CTE Production and Managerial Arts, Professional internship CTE Performing Arts, Professional internship CTE Education, Professional internship CTE Engineering Technology, Professional internship CTE Patient Care, Professional internship CTE Software and Systems Development, Professional internship CTE System Diagnosis and Service and Repair, CTE Theater Production and Performance, CTE Sports Broadcasting, Career Technical Work Experience, and Educational and General Work Experience Education.
So move, McCatton.
Second, Mendoza.
Dr. Castro.
Well, again, this is culminating of our
It's okay.
efforts to continue that pre-apprenticeship pathway for our students. You can see all the different CTE courses and pathway sectors that we're trying to impact. These would be a combination of internships with simulated work experience and exposure to industries that students can then actually try to get paid experiences later on in the future.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Any public comment?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, I just also want to echo my colleagues here that I'm very excited to see that we are creating the pathway for careers right after high school and also college. It's important that we provide these opportunities to our students because it is very competitive to find the job, and these pathways are going to get them the next step into that opportunity, and these internships are a great thing. Thank you.
I just wanted to make one comment
Board
that,
Member Yu.
you know, when companies hire, they don't just hire because you have a degree, but like having real experiences, sometimes that's, you land on a job better. So I think that this is just our students are super lucky and very blessed, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Yu, and I concur. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 3.22A, may I have a motion to approve a request for a new course titled Dual Enrollment Spanish 201 and adoption of textbook Exploraciones Cursos Intermedios, second edition, and MindTap Digital Extension.
So move, Mendoza.
Second, McCatton.
Dr. Castro.
As part of our early college program at both Artesia High School and Gar High School, our students who take Spanish 111 and Spanish 12 at Fetty and Ross Middle Schools need the next series of courses in order to continue their immersion in the dual languages of Spanish and English. And so we're offering this new course, Spanish 201, as a college level course to help students continue and expand that dual immersion offerings that we've been so steadily growing in our district.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Please note that during the Student Board Representative Committee, a preferential yes vote was cast for this item without any additional comments. Is there any board discussion? Oh, Board Member Yu.
That's me. That was me.
Board
though,
Clerk
Mr.
Mendoza.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. So, Dr. Castro, this will continue the dual immersion program from kindergarten all the way through 9th grade. And then after 9th grade, those students can take AP Spanish. Correct.
Yes.
Oh, I'm happy. Thank you. Because we saw our students from Ferguson, like, their Spanish was beautiful. And so for them to be able to continue this, we know their chances at academic success are just going to, quadruple, and their success even after they graduate and go on to college or career. We know that dual language is it's an asset to them. There I go. Okay, so thank you so much.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. I concur also. Being bilingual is a superpower, like we mentioned earlier today. And on the topic of internships and CT pathways, being bilingual is also an asset in the job market. So being able to speak another language is a great opportunity to not just work here, but work abroad too. So if no other public comments, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 3.23A, may I have a motion to approve request to contract with Basic Life Support Express CPR BLS to provide CPR classes to students enrolled at ABC Adult School Medical Assistant Pharmacy Technician Program for the 2025-2026 school year.
So move. Second, Mendoza.
Dr. Castro.
Again, this is an essential part of the adult school classes, particularly for those two pathways. And annually, we review our CPR consultants and are bringing you forward this one for this year to provide offerings to our students.
Thank you, Dr. Castro. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. Just a question for staff. Is there a way that we can support our students with the cost? Is there anything out there?
I'll provide you more information once I touch bases with the adult school. I know that they do provide some scholarships opportunities, so I can inquire further and then provide you on our weekly update the specifics around that.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Board Clerk Mendoza. Board Member Dr. Rios.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know that last time we had an individual come to our board meeting, and the family expressed gratitude because their family member had been saved because of CPR. And I remember asking that maybe we provide CPR courses. I was glad to see this on the agenda, although later when I read about it, it's for the students who are enrolled in the adult school. Are there any plans or efforts to bring a course like this? Not about our emergency is going to happen, but too often they do. And I just want to know that.
We do provide opportunities throughout the year for staff to be CPR trained and certified.
I would be interested in a refresher course. I know that was back in the day.
We can get you the information on the next training session.
That'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Any other board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0. Item 4.6A, may I have a motion to approve bid award ABC 1686 E-Rate Wide Area Network WAN services to Spectrum Business DBA Charter Communications Inc. as the lowest responsive and responsible bidder for initial term of 3 years with options to renew annually for up to 2 additional years.
So move. McCatton.
Second, Mendoza.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Noyola. The district went out to bid for internet connection for the next 3 years. We received 2 bids, as you can see here. We are recommending the board award the contract to Spectrum Business as the lowest responsible bidder. The 90% of internet connections are reimbursed between the E-Rate program, which is 80%, and the Teleconnect program, which is the state program. So the district's only paying for 10% of the cost. So the total cost is about $57,000 per year, and we are paying 10% of that for internet connection for the entire district.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Any board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Item 4.7A. May I have a motion to accept gift report 25-05 totaling in $54,245.22.
Tatiana motions.
Second, Mendoza.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Noyola. So our gift report, monthly gift report as reported. This month we received donation from community groups and parents in total of $54,245.22.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Any public comment?
There are none.
Any board discussion? Board member Mendoza.
Thank you. I just want to always say thank you to our communities because they really donate a lot of not just financial support, but I know they donate volunteer their time. So again, just a big, huge gracias. Thank you to those of them who are supporting our schools.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Absolutely. Our parents and community support our students. Not only do they help volunteer for the events, but they also help pay for the events many times. So thank you to them. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Item 4.9A, may I have a motion to approve contract with UKG to provide an electronic timekeeping and attendance processing system with options to renew annually for an additional 5 years.
Tatiana motions.
Second, Mendoza.
Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, President Noyola. In connection with the the migration of our HRS and our payroll system to the new BEST system with LACO, we are recommending the board to approve an electronic timekeeping and attendance processing system, moving from the current paper time cards and timesheets that we are having to electronic. So this is highly recommended by the county in a move to, of course, to the digital age with everything's electronic, improve efficiencies so that employees don't have to drive to 2 different campuses to get their time card or timesheet, especially when you subbing, sign off. So this system, we received 2 bids. We interviewed them, and we are recommending UKG. This is they have the most comprehensive suite of offering. Most we want to say user friendly, but we'll figure it out. And this system is being used by several districts locally, including the county of Los Angeles themselves. So LACO is using the system, so we are recommending to the board to approve this new electronic timekeeping and attendance reprocessing system to move us into the not the 20th century, the 21st century, to 2026. So we are moving from the paper system, and this again won't be implemented until we are implementing it now, but it will be effective in October 2026.
Thank you, Mr. Nguyen. Any public comments?
There are none, Mr. President.
Board member Rios.
I'm so happy that this is happening. I know that I've had people that have told me about the ancient system that we use here. So I'm sure that there are going to be some growing pains, but I'm really, really happy to see that we are, taking advantage of the technology that is out there that is going to hopefully save time and streamline processes and just be better overall. So thank you.
Thank you, Board member Rios. Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just got to say it's about time. I know when I was on the board before, we talked about this. We did this in my district many, many years ago, but I know that there's this time, the turnover when we're doing this. Are we doing it now or October? You said October? Okay. Will there be support for our staff because there's going to be some human error. It's inevitable, right? It happened to us too. I just want to make sure that our staff is supported because for me, when it comes to our paycheck, when it comes to money, that's important, that they get paid on time and they get paid what's due to them. So will we have extra staff available to support them with that if they need that?
Yes, there will be training with the implementation of this. We began this process 3 years ago. We are in wave 6 or 7 with LACO because we want other district to go first to work out the kinks. So converting an HRS and a payroll system is complicated, and like you said, there will be frustrations and errors, but we are doing our best to train our staff to ensure that the conversion will be least disruptive to our employees. You know, at the end of the day, you know, they want to make sure they get a paycheck on time and accurate. So that's our goal. And,
There's a system in, we will have a system in place should they need to come in and get an immediate paycheck.
Yes.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Any other board discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0. Information items, quarterly Williams Settlement Compliance Report for October through December 2025. Dr. Zilo.
Thank you. In this quarter, we did have one complaint. It was in regard to understanding the emergency gates with the crash bars. And so we were able to clarify that information for the family. The gate itself is properly installed with the crash bar per law. And so we were able to resolve the complaint, but we did have one.
Thank you. Information item 1.8I, result of site visits, review, and uniform complaint data for the 2025-2026 first quarter. Dr. Zilo.
Thank you. In regard to our school facilities and the visitation of our sites, we had no complaints in terms of instructional materials. The grading of not the grading. They give it a grade, but their evaluation of the facility was good, and we didn't have any issues with teacher vacancy or misassignment.
Thank you. Board members' reports. Do I have any board members' reports?
Really super fast.
Oh.
Okay. I did go to the district Christmas luncheon here. It was super nice. And I attended Christmas performances at Nemus and Burbank. I also went to the Portuguese Hall where there was a band presentation from GAR, Ross, and then the feeder elementary schools. In the last week, I attended Hispanic Latino Family Circle and also the Black Family Circle and the Martin Luther King ceremony at the Cerritos Performing Arts Center. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member McCann. Board Member Rios.
Thank you. I also just want to highlight the fact that we did celebrate Dr. Martin Luther King's Day yesterday, and I did attend the Cerritos event. Shout out to Cerritos and Mayor Yokoyama for hosting such a wonderful event, bringing people together to celebrate his legacy. And so I just wanted to read a little something, and that is that as we celebrate Martin Luther King Jr., we reflect on his enduring legacy of equality, service, and hope. Dr. King's dream lives on through our collective efforts to build communities where every voice is valued, every person is respected, and opportunity knows no boundaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Board Member Rios. Board Clerk Mendoza.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to welcome everyone back. I hope everyone had a nice winter vacation and had some time to relax. ABC Unified gets 2 weeks, LA Unified gets 3 weeks. But I used that 1 week to come and visit schools. So during that 1 week, I got to visit Tetzlaff, Carmenita, Ross, Whitney, Cerritos High School. And I didn't want to interrupt instruction because I know how hard it is coming back from vacation and getting back into routines and classroom management. So I kind of walked around facilities, and knowing that we're going to have open house coming up, I kind of saw some areas that some of our sites needed support with. So I did send that over to the superintendent and to Mr. Nguyen, and they've been very supportive in helping our schools because I've learned that we see with our eyes first. And so I'm hoping that our parents, when they come in, they see the wonderful facilities that we have. I didn't do too much. I just went back. This is my second week back. And it's tiring. It's like the first week of school again because you are teaching routines, classroom management. And the second semester is always not hectic. I want to say it has a lot to do in the second semester because we're kind of wrapping up our year, not wrapping it up, but we're going to start doing testing, benchmarks, state testing. So I just want to wish all of our staff, coming back that, you are supported, you are heard. Um, um, Two things that I did attend is a Hispanic Latino family circle with my colleagues, and it was nice to hear about mental health for our students and our families. I also got to attend the Norwalk Chamber multi-chamber mixer over in Norwalk, so we got to get to know other organizations that hopefully can support our district. I always go up there like that. And then one thing I did want to mention is that during my break, I spoke to the superintendent. And when I was on the board before, I used to do a Young Latinas Empowerment Conference. Back a couple years ago, I used to do 5 districts. But because the way things are in our communities, I decided to focus just on our district so we could control the facility and transportation. So I got approval. Yay. And so it's going to be at the end of March during Women's History Month. And it's going to be hosted at GAR. And we're going to be inviting about más o menos like about 100 girls. And I told staff that I wanted to focus on our foster youth, our underserved students, our informal leaders, to come and spend a couple hours with me and other Latinas to kind of just empower them and give them, let them know that whatever choices they make, whether it be college or career, that they can be successful, that there's resources out there, there's people to support them and mentor them. And so I'm also going to be looking to my colleagues to support me also. We'll get the flyer out so you guys have all that information. And I just wanted to recognize our board today. We did a lot of work today for our students, and we also recognize a lot of our students. And even if the pie, even if they were only 5% of our student population, that we as a board recognize that we have so much diversity and that we acknowledge that. And I think we all do a really great job of making sure that those students are seen and they're heard. So I want to thank you and also for our recognition as a school board. So that concludes my board report, Mr. President.
Thank you, Clerk Mendoza. Board Member, Vice President Yokoyama Hui.
Thank you, Mr. President. Feels strange to be talking about holiday because we're already in January, but I was able to attend a number of holiday events in the district, the ABC District Holiday Luncheon, featuring the Carmenita Jazz Band, which was exciting because they just performed at Disneyland. What? And Leal Elementary's Winter Showcase I attended, along with Dr. Lozano, ABC Migrant Ed Holiday event, which I heard was, I went towards the end, but I heard was just a very packed, very well-attended event. So thank you so much for doing that for all our children in the community. Aloha Elementary's holiday performance, also very well-attended. Juarez Elementary, the most fun sing-along holiday show. So you could actually, they gave you the words and you could sing along. And that was the first one I've been to. And I'm kind of thinking they all need to be that way now because, sometimes you just want to sing holiday songs. I went to a Merry Musical Mission performed by Burbank Elementary. I saw Miss McCatton there. And, I recently attended my first Head Start Policy Committee meeting. So I do want to thank the committee members, the parents in attendance, those who do extra work and go to LACO meetings. Thank you so much for that work. I attended the Hispanic Latino Family Circle meeting, focused on mental health, very important. I do want to encourage a lot of more of our families to attend those events because you can learn so much. Before I forget, I also attended the Gonzales Elementary Grizzly Holiday Market, which was kind of like an entrepreneurial event for the students so they could come and the families could come and sell their items. But also there were cultural events going on, such as Diwali performances. So that was very cool. And most recently, I attended the Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. ceremony at the Cerritos Center for the Performing Arts, the first time that ceremony was held at CCPA. And it was, again, very well attended. I think now that we know it's going to be at CCPA, hopefully it's there next year, way more people will come. And they recognize students are in our district, and it was very special. So if you were able to attend, thank you so much. That's all for me. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Vice President Yokoyama Bui. Board Member Yu.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, for Christmas, I attended Whitman and Cerritos Elementary School, and they performed in the NPR, and they were just so adorable. I'm such a grandma now. It's just kids are so adorable. I wanted to recognize just Martin Luther King and his life and his legacy. I watched a documentary because I love watching historical, real documentary, and his, speech, his presence, and how he led. And there was that one clip. It was like news clip, original, and he was saying how the protest was going to be peaceful. And because he led such a peaceful protest, he made such an impact. And what that movement, it's not just Martin Luther King, but that whole era of many people who laid down their life. I mean, they gave their lives. And that makes a big difference for people like me, Korean American, who immigrated to this country because they paved the road for us and for our freedom and equality. And just thank you for recognizing the Korean American Day because, Koreans, they went through so much. I mean, historically, they lost their country, they had civil war, and the country was like the poorest in the world, third poorest country in the world around the time when they had the Korean War. That was like in the 1950s, like 70 years ago. But today, who doesn't know the K-pop? Who doesn't know that Demon Hunter, right? Up, 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 right? I mean, the food, K-food, we've come a long way, so really, really thankful for recognizing. But I do want to give credit to our forefathers, such as Martin Luther King, such as our Korean first wave of immigrants who came with nothing, but they collected money to help independence fighters back in Korea. And, the freedom that I have today, I have to say thank you to all the forefathers. Thank you. That is all.
Thank you, Board Member Yu. Moving into announcements. Next regular board meeting, Tuesday, February 17th, 2026, 7 p.m., District Office Boardroom. Committee meetings. Strategic Planning Board Advisory Committee, Tuesday, January 27th, 2026, 5:30 p.m., District Office Boardroom. Legislative Policy Board Advisory Committee, Wednesday, January 28th, 2026, 6:30 p.m., District Conference Room. Finance and Audit Board Advisory Committee, Thursday, January 29th, 2026, 6 p.m., District Conference Room. Naming a facility at Whitney High School Board Ad Hoc Committee, Wednesday, February 11th, 2026, 5:30 p.m., District Conference Room. Diversity, Unity, and Equity, DO Board Advisory Committee, Thursday, February 26th, 2026, 5:30 p.m., District Office Boardroom. Some dates to remember. Legal holiday, President's Day is February 16th, 2026. Second public comment. Board Clerk Mendoza.
There are none, Mr. President.
Thank you. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved, Tatiana.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Motion passes 6-0 at 11:18.